All I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. Somebody help me, 'cause I'm feeling trapped and I don't know what to do. There's no one to save me from this hurt I feel deep within my bones. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside this empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. So how can I fix this? 'Cause I need to stop the aching in my head. My heart is breaking. Yeah, I'm tired of being stuck in the past. Did you ever think of me and see the things I did? Sold my soul and everything I was to the lowest bid. Crawled into your poison dome, yet every single time you got into my mind, you got into my mind. But all I ever wanted was you, but you left me alone inside these empty, broken walls. And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know that you left me alone inside this empty, broken hall. And now you'll be the reason why my soul is tainted. The reason why my soul
tip. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Season 3 of our Endurance Series. It's round 1 tonight. We're at Imola. In the commentary box tonight, you've got myself, Neil Alexander, and joining me, Matt Nipris. How are you, sir?
Not too bad, Neil. Unfortunately, been going through a bit of a bout of the old Rona, but otherwise doing fine.
Oh, that's not good to hear, mate. You on the back end of it, or just kicking off?
Hopefully the back end of it. I was diagnosed positive on Tuesday morning, unfortunately, so it sucked, honestly. Mostly because I haven't been able to do anything else except sit at home.
Yeah, bit of boredom. As long as you don't have symptoms, not too bad.
Oh, symptoms have been virtually nothing. It's been a cold for me.
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah. Anyway, on to more positive things. It's race night for Endurance Series Round 1.
It certainly is. Hopefully you can make it through the 3 hours unscathed, like the drivers out there tonight.
I have a feeling I'm going to do okay, but these drivers tonight, they've got a much more daunting task ahead of them. Of course, Imola, very tough track to get right in, any car. Of course, we know the history of Imola. It's unfortunate history, I should say. And 3 hours around here, it's going to be tough, especially with... How many cars have we actually got on track?
It's full series, so there should be 44, but I do believe we've got about 39, 38 out there tonight, which is still... sorry, now we've just ticked over to 40 cars, so yeah, it's going to be hot and heavy. And as you were saying, with the history of Imola, and as a sim racing organiser, this track always has some drama. Always. It's even worse than Monza.
Well, that doesn't really surprise me. I mean, you've got a few chicanes that tend to bottleneck the field, especially, well, the first chicane, first lap. We're more than likely going to see some carnage at the first chicane, and then unfortunately it doesn't really get much better after that chicane.
Not at all. Yeah, so Tamburello's pretty full on. It's you carry quite a lot of speed through there, and it catches a lot of people out when there's a lot of car congestion. Then you've got Villeneuve into Tosa, hairpin, and from there you can kind of settle down a bit, but then you've got Aqua Minerale coming around the corner not too far ahead, so the chicanes will definitely bring some fun. Fingers crossed though we can get through it fairly unscathed in the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, Aqua Minerale, that's actually one of my favourite parts of that track, just because it is so fast, but it is so tricky to get right, because you're trying to get the car angled in while keeping as much speed as possible. Then you've got to try and stand on the brakes and get it rotated for that tightening right-hander.
Oh, it's definitely tricky. It's one of my challenging corners. Just you want to slow it up, you still want to turn in, but you don't want to make the weight transfer go too far one way, otherwise you're around or deep. And if you go deep off Minerale, The old rejoin needs to be good because so too many times I've seen cars come across the track after that corner and collect someone. So make sure you behave yourself tonight, everyone out there.
Yes, rejoins. Everyone's favourite topic.
Oh, it certainly is. This is also the track with an infamous quote of mine about 12 metres. We had one of our... I'm not sure if it was a sprint series race or was it endurance series. I can't remember, but we got 12 metres into the race and there was about a 20-car pile-up. So fingers crossed history doesn't repeat itself tonight.
Yeah, I would like to say the same, but I think once the red mist descends, well, being in Italy, once the red mist descends in Italy, being the home of all the flamboyant passion, shall we say,
Right.
I think all that conservation tactic will go out the window.
Yep, there's no other cars around. The blinkers are on. As in horse racing. G'days there, Stick Death, Jan Tully, Joe Williams, Raphael, Diaboles, Craig Dale, JC, Mac Daddy in chat. Welcome aboard for tonight. We're about to kick over for qualifying one. So how it works tonight is there's 2 qualifying sessions. Driver 1 will head out there, set their best time. Driver 2 will do the next session. We add them together, average them out, and the top 10 times will be ranked that way. Fingers crossed everything works. We're actually on Sim Racing GP server tonight for the first time in an endurance series, so shout out to the crew, especially Dan Terry. Much love, mate. Thanks for your help. So, giving a bit of a trial tonight, all this series. Have you seen the news about the recent, or the new content that's coming soon, Matt?
I have indeed.
What are you most looking forward to?
I think there are a couple of new tracks, aren't there? There's,
Possibly. I haven't heard exactly which tracks they are, but that's not the next DLC that's coming. I think that one's after the next pack, from what I've been told.
okay.
So the
Well,
next pack's just cars.
Okay, well, I think the BMW is looking very interesting. Certainly a
definitely.
lot of excited chatter out there for it. But I haven't actually. I'll admit I haven't seen much else of the other cars. But certainly the BMW seems to be the highlight for everyone.
Yeah, they did a little a video Kunos did about 15 hours ago, showing off the M2. They've also got the Ferrari Challenger Evo, which will be another spec car. The new Porsche Cup car, which will be very popular, and the new Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which we've seen already a couple of events that they've done, but they just haven't released it officially in the game as yet. So looking forward to those ones. I hear whispers that the new Audi Evo, the GT3, is going to be released as well, and maybe another one, but I can't quite remember which one. But it's just great to see new content coming.
Yeah, hopefully they keep the content rolling out. There's certainly a lot for them to add on. Like, I'm got my fingers crossed beyond Cross that they start chucking in a couple of the GT2 cars because they look amazing.
Oh yeah, that'd be so much fun. There's 5 or 6 of those that they did sort of hint towards a little bit in that interview, but it was very cryptic in how they spoke about it.
Yeah, Kunos does like to keep its cards close to its chest.
Sure does.
But, yeah, GT2 would be nice to see. And I mean, I'm just going to throw this out there because I'm a huge fan of the series. I really hope that one day Kunos gives us an official GT500 car for the Super GT series.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
It's the best series in the world.
What cars are they running that?
GT500 is basically part of the Super GT series in Japan. They're basically the Class 1 cars that were running around in DTM before they went to GT3.
Yep.
And it was really cool because in fact Super GT and DTM actually had a crossover event. That was really cool.
Quite unique. Like to see stuff like that.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and interesting, fresh. But you never know. But yeah, it's your guess is as good as mine when it comes to what Kudos are going to go towards. And as you mentioned before with the tracks, obviously the biggest rumour going around, there's obviously going to be an American GT track pack. Your guess is again as good as mine, which tracks will be involved, but you can definitely 100% lock in Kota. What else are we going to see? Watkins Glen, Road America? What else is coming, do you reckon?
Well, I've sort of heard whispers about Sebring, like possibilities of Sebring.
Yep.
That'd be interesting. But I think most of the tracks that the GT World Challenge race around are the street circuits, because I think they run in conjunction with IndyCar. Also, shout out to Scott McLaughlin for winning his first race in IndyCar not that long ago.
What a ball.
Yeah. So we'll probably see a couple of street circuits as well. I'd say maybe Long Beach, St. Petersburg. Yeah. Not sure what else they would bring out.
How many tracks do you reckon? Let's have a guess. I'm going to say 4.
I would probably go with 4 as well.
Seems like a good number.
Consistent.
Yeah.
It seems to be consistent with the other DLCs that they've released.
Yep. If we get more than that, bonus. If we get less than that, come on. We need more tracks. We're all waiting, we're all hanging out. But as we look...
I'll be honest, I haven't actually driven any of the British GT tracks yet. I've got the pack, but
Really?
I just have not. Yeah, I just haven't driven. I just haven't had time.
Standerton's everyone's favourite, as chat disagree. No, Donington Park's great fun. To be honest, the tracks are pretty better in the GT4 cars because they're a little bit smaller, and just the way those cars move about on the track, you can go wheel to wheel a bit better. Because it's a very narrow tracks, the British ones.
They're very old school. They haven't really kept up with the times like most of them in Europe. I'm just thinking of I think Croft, Mondello Park, and probably Thruxton. They really need a bit of an update. But I think you might be right there. GT4 might be the go around those circuits.
As you know, obviously Brands Hatch is quite a popular track for a lot of people, and probably not so much. It's very polarising, Brands Hatch.
It is. I was about to say it's popular to hate, apparently, but I mean, I don't. The only track that I really dislike is Monza, but even then, that's just like, it's a track. It's the same track for everyone, so just deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm obviously been a pretty vocal person against Brands Hatch, but I think it's more of like a joke, an in-joke, because it is what it is.
It's a tough track.
Yeah, and I don't actually mind it in other cars. Like doing the MX-5s and iRacing on it is actually a heap of fun, and we do a bit of AMS2 stuff in OOR on the circuit, and it's heaps of fun. So maybe it's just a combination of the GT3s, narrow track, congested fields, and the circuit itself.
Not exactly the smoothest circuit either, so
That's very true.
that sort of I guess that would play into people's opinions about the circuit as well. But it does come down to how you set up the car to ride the bumps, and I know for Brands Hatch in the Sprint Series, I spent a lot of time focusing on ride control.
Yep.
And seemed to work out for me.
Yeah, I don't mind it now. I keep saying, whenever everyone asks, I do say it's the worst track in the world, but it's definitely far from it. I'm not a huge fan of Zandvoort, but I love Zolder. I'm a huge Zolder fan. I like Hungaroring. I like Paul Ricard. I do like the obscure ones, but that's the best part about racing. We all have different tastes and all have different things we prefer, and get out there and just have a crack. Like Imola, one of my favourite circuits.
Yep. No, I enjoy Imola as well, just because it is so fast, as we see. Unfortunately, someone has just binned it there. And
not their favourite track?
Maybe not that very minute. It certainly is Jean-Pierre... God, I just missed his name. Sonicus is on top at the moment.
Very tight.
Very tight between himself and Lamb. So, that is very... It's actually gotten even tighter as Misson in the Nissan jumps up into P3, and he's less than a tenth off of Sonicus' time. So, yeah, good to see.
Great to see. So, the difference with this series and the other ones we've done is we've allowed the drivers to select their own class. Now, we've already changed a few classes prior to this event, so as we do throughout the series, we do change the classes up if we believe you're quite out of place. And looking at that with times that Misson's doing in the 41s, same with Patrick Oliver, like those two teams looking bang on for a pro update. Villalonga, P7 in the AM class. Well, welcome to Pro-Am. But yeah, sometimes it's more of a confidence thing with drivers, thinking, do they have the speed to compete with the best? And
well, that's it. One lap is very different to 3 hours of racing, and there's also 2 drivers for these teams, so that would make it even harder for you, especially to
guess,
make those decisions. Yeah.
Try and do it for a 4-man team for a 12-hour race.
No, I'm good, thanks.
It's pretty tricky.
Yeah, I'm good.
It'll never be perfect because
no, it'll never be perfect. But
they might do their classification times and set a ball a lap, or the opposite way around, where they don't quite set a decent lap. But over the course of the last few days before the race, they improve a lot.
I can actually relate to that. When I signed up for the sprint series, I signed in for pro, but honestly, I didn't really get my head around 1.8 very quickly.
Yep.
So my classification time has been horrible, and then I got my head around it after Monza, I think it was, and I've just been running really strong in Pro-Am. So hoping for a promotion.
You're back in your beloved Nissan, aren't you?
I certainly am.
That's a good car. Love my Nissans.
It's a great car. It seems to be really good in 1.8 as well. So yeah, thanks, Kunos.
It's a couple of series we had where it's been like not even used. Which is sad because it looks great too. It's a great looking race car.
It is. It sounds good as well, but I will admit it probably is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth. So we'll see what Nissan does. I don't even know if Nissan's going to come out with a new car for GT3. I know that they've basically just stepped away from everything international and they're just focusing on the domestic stuff. So basically Super GT and Super Formula.
Yeah.
So I don't expect to see an update to my beloved GTR in the future.
Hopefully they get back onto it after all this COVID dramas and factory dramas. And it was also sad to see that the new GTR in Australia got banned from being purchased due to this new sidewall contact damage thing that they have.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so you can't buy new GTRs from now on in Australia because they didn't fit in with the new compliance rules.
Oh, for God's sake.
Yeah, and Nissan would have been like, well, actually, Australia's a tiny market, so you can shove it up your ass.
Pretty well.
We're not going to change our whole factory just for you.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
I think it's actually been the same for the Honda NBC 110 motorbike, because now all motorbikes apparently have to have ABS, and the little NBC doesn't come with ABS. And Honda have basically gone, yeah, we're not changing that because the motorbike is $5,000. We're not doing that.
And that's fair enough, because there's a lot to change in a factory just to add certain stuffs, because it's a big process. And there's more than just the GTR. There's like Mazdas. There was, I think there was a Mercedes in there. There was an Alpine in there. I think it was A10 maybe. Lots of cars don't quite this new rule with the side impact collision struts or something. But yeah, if you've already got a GTR, you're already on a gold mine anyway, so don't sell it yet.
I think if you have a Toyota Supra, you're in a much better position. That's ridiculous.
It's a lot of, even the M2, is it M2, MR2? They're going for a bit now.
Basically anything JDM is now super valuable.
Yeah, I've got a Stagia it's my daily drive, and I know that's going to go up because it's the 25-year rule in America where they can't import a car until it's 25 years old, which sounds weird. But that's the American rule.
Yeah, then you look at Australian rules and you go, you know what, actually, that's probably not as weird.
That's... Australia's funny.
Yeah, cars that are legal basically everywhere else in the world, but they're not legal in Australia.
Yeah.
Because reasons.
And also, if your car didn't come with a seatbelt in Australia, don't worry, keep driving it forever without seatbelt. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Speaking of making sense, Corey Sweet smashes his way to the top with a 41.1. That is a baller time. Missing in the Nissan P2 at the moment. Sneakers.
He's going for it.
He's going for it.
Might
He's
be
2
going
tenths
on
up.
for an improvement.
He's 2 tenths up. He should be front row. Oh, not
no
quite.
way. lost 3/300ths of a second there, but that is not a bad spread for this field. Second covering the top 17, really. Like, have a look down 15, 16, 17th. That is nothing between those guys, which is really good for us sitting in the commentary box, and good for everyone sitting in chat as well.
We'll try. Don't want to do the chase cam. I'll upset people. Yeah, there's qualifying 1. As you're saying, 1 second separates pretty much the top 17.
And less than, what's that, 0.02 of a second separating 15th, 16th, 17th. So, yeah, really tight. And, but not bad, actually, for the whole field to be covered by 4.5 seconds. That is pretty decent. Yeah,
and you could probably say that the lower teams down here probably just had a really bad qualifying, didn't quite get the lap in.
Well, that's it.
Car 82 didn't even get a lap in.
Well, with 42 cars on track, Imola's not exactly the biggest track in the world. Getting real estate would be very, very valuable on track and very difficult to do.
Yep. Very much so. So
it's difficult. It's difficult doing it at Paul Ricard, but then we come to Imola. I don't know why people hate Paul Ricard. It's a fun track.
I think it's because of the F1. I just feel it's the F1, and the fact that it doesn't have much, I don't know, of a vibe to it, because there's so much runoff area. There's no trees, there's no grass, there's no runoff. It's also gravel traps. Just the blue and red paint and lots of runoff areas. Just doesn't really have much character, is probably the word I'm looking for. And it's a very flat circuit. Maybe that's why they think it. Also, F1 has the chicane on Mistral, which slows them down before the end of Mistral. But yeah, I personally really love the track. I'm not sure what everyone's doing here.
Well, they seem to have gone out on track and still qualifying 1, so...
Okay, that's very, very bizarre there.
Sure, I'm sure it will tick over sooner rather than later.
Yeah, just sit tight, everybody.
Also, shout out to John Cyberskip. Big shout out to all the officials tonight. Thanks heaps, guys. Couldn't do it without you. That is so true. And thanks for saying that, John. It's certainly a thankless job a lot of the times with the officials, and sometimes they get a little bit more than what they should be getting. But no, thank you, John, for acknowledging the officials and all the volunteers as well for running this sort of event.
Exactly right. Not sure what's happened there, but qualifying 1 has been restarted. Yeah. Which means that the times would have... I don't actually have any fucking idea. What is happening?
New processes.
I'm just checking who's out in the cars. It looks like their teammates are out there. Okay, now we're 14 session. So they're...
Okay, there we go.
Gotta love things at times. Technology, eh?
Good old computers. We'll just blame Bill Gates. No, is it Bill Gates?
Doesn't want to skip over the session. Alrighty.
Hopefully someone has saved the Hello, what was that? Did we just have results for qualifying 2?
I wish I could tell you what's going on. Hey, well, I've never seen that in the years that I've been doing ACC, so I'll leave you to the audience for a second there, Matt. I'm just going to go investigate.
Okay, so while Neil sorts out that problem, let's have a look through chat. Stick Death pointing out quite rightfully, Valentino Rossi doing World GT3 these days, and did see the launch of his car. He has not lost that flair for the high vis, and the car looks quite decent. I will forgive him for not running the Nissan and running the Audi instead. But, yeah. And then Tackran pointing out that Valentino will be the first driver to who gets his knee down. Hopefully he isn't, because he's probably done something horribly wrong there, but I'm sure he will try it anyway. Well, we're just waiting. Let's talk about F1 testing. Is anyone really surprised about Haas topping the second day of testing yesterday? Because for me personally, I'm not surprised. After all, they did abandon 2021 and just start working on 2022, and it looks like it has paid off for them at the moment, or at least in the last test session. Looks like pre-season testing day 3 is running at the moment. That is also live on YouTube, but don't leave us, please. And not sure if anyone is also into two wheels. Huge win for Enea Bastianini at the season opener for MotoGP. Great to see the young bloke get up there and really stick it to some of the more experienced riders. I thought for the world that Pol Espargaro was actually going to take his first win on the Honda. Tackran, let's talk porpoising. Yes, let's talk porpoising indeed. Oh, there we go. We have swapped over to qualifying 2. That is great to see. So hopefully we will have a Mullock join us in the commentary box again. Oh, that is not good. So it looks like we have lost the qualifying times for qualifying 1. So hopefully someone was smart enough to do a bit of a backup of the results and we can stay on schedule. So the team at Octane working overtime behind the scenes. Obviously a new system that they're trying out for this round. We're always going to see glitches no matter how perfect the system is. So yeah, thanks to everyone in the server for remaining patient, and thanks to all of you at home for remaining patient while we sort out that issue. As cars are on track at the moment, we're currently following Mick Pickford in the Kovacs strain. Aston Martin, I want to say. It's actually looking more like a Golf livery, which fits the Aston quite nicely. Unfortunately, I haven't really seen an entry list, so I can't tell you who's in what car. Let's see, Scout is out there in, looks like he's rocking his usual Lexus. So, probably expect to see Scott Blair somewhere near the front. So we currently follow Tim Eccles in the Gherkin Club McLaren. Some of the officials might be high on Octane. Possibly. Possibly. I wish I was high on Octane right now. Good to see a couple of the new BMWs out there as well. I saw a few of them flashing by while we're waiting for the start of the stream. As everyone starts to check up at the final corner, trying to get some of that valuable real estate for this qualifying session. I think a few drivers just bailing out and going for a trundle down pit lane, as we can see lots of yellows lighting up on the map there, heading down towards the final 2 corners. Oh, we see an Aston go straight through at the first chicane. Hopefully that has not put off Marcus van der Leyen off his lap. That is one of the Worn Tyre Tribe Astons. Popping up everywhere, not just in Octane but in other leagues as well. So they are spreading out far and wide, the Worn Tyre Tribe. He fires it up the hill. Obviously it's not going to be their best lap on the first lap. Actually, I'll bring up a track map so actually I can give you some names as we go through Acqui Minerale for this first flying lap from Marcus Van Vleet. Gets that pretty nicely, so a little bit of a wild flash of the arms there on the steering wheel. And now into Variante Alta. Smashes those curbs, absolute full abuse of the curbs there for Marcus Van Vleet. And now he heads down the hill towards the Rivasa. See what lap time he can get down to. What are we thinking for a pole time in this second section? Considering we saw 41 from Corey Sweet. Expecting few faster times than that as Britt goes to the top of the 42.3. I don't expect him to stay there at the end of this lap. Malloy goes third temporarily, but Van Vleet sends him back down to fourth as Van Vleet puts it on the front row provisionally. He's 3/10 off. We'll look at Mick Pickford in the Kovacs strain. Aston again. He's actually going to get out of this lap and try and find some clear track. We've got cars everywhere for Pickford. That'll be very frustrating for Pickford. So you probably throw this lap into the bin. So we only have 7 minutes left in this qualifying session, so we'll see if Pickford can get his name a little bit further up the grid. Didn't see where the second driver for the Kovacs Strain 777 was in qualifying one. I think I can hear a few frantic keyboard strokes being made in the background by the Octane team as Pickford comes up towards the Variante Alta. He's got a little Honda just ahead of him. So we see Pickford absolutely abusing the curbs. Oh, that was tight.
That was tight. I'm back. So yeah, Q1, we've recorded an hour in with a few screenshots and they've been entered manually. Q2 going ahead as per usual. We'll have to do some manual data entry, but should be good to go.
That's a good relief for I suppose everyone in the server, but not just for them, but everyone in chat as well. We looks like we keep on schedule, well, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, so the session said it was skipping over, and then it went back to where it was at Q1, so then they restarted it thinking it was Q2, but it wasn't, it was Q1. So it trolled us a little.
Ugh. Bit of a rickroll there.
Yeah, rickroll in the form of sim racing. We soldier on. We soldier on.
Oh, thank you, Jan. That's nice of you to say.
Jan's my nan. My adopted nan, or I'm adopted grandson. I can't remember. Either way, she's a legend.
Or both. Indeed.
She's a legend.
Well, I mean, she's calling me a star. That's yeah.
No, it's accurate.
Oh, yeah. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, let's see whether Weatherman finishes up temporarily. He's in 7th in another one of the Kovacs cars.
Got a few teams out there. Oh, that gap between P1 at the moment, 2 1,000ths and 52 1,000ths behind is Ali Kairudu. Great to see. 4 minutes left in qualifying. We will take a little short break for practice after this so we can work out the grid, and then we'll be bang into the 3-hour event. We're chatting up the commentators. Oh, that's part of the job. Keeps us on our toes.
You know, that's the only reason I'm here. Get chatted up.
Pretty much.
If I'm not getting chatted up, I'm going home. Actually, wait. No, I'm home.
Same. I'm here already, damn.
Wait and see where everyone finishes up in this session. I'm seeing Rochford down in 14th, definitely punching above his weight in the AM class. So just a little bit off, a second off Paul Britt's time in the number 3 Aston. So So yeah, shout out to Rochi down there. Also to Arik as well in 21st. He's on the main page, I suppose, for the initial results on our timing tower.
Look at him go. Oh, that's a lot of curb. Was that invalidated?
Don't know. Wouldn't have been the fastest way through there. I find that just sort of running a wheel over that at the top of the apex is a little bit better than absolutely cutting it and abusing it. But that's just me.
I think he has lost a couple of tenths through that, but he's still on track for a potential slight improvement here. Looks like it's valid.
Could we see a 40 tonight? Or is that asking too much?
That is asking a lot, but you just never know. You just never know.
Oh, wait a second. Is O'Hara in this one?
No.
Or, no Bakita?
No Bakita.
Oh, okay. Well,
so it opens up the field quite a lot now.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? But, well, honestly, Philippa is just in another world.
Oh, she certainly is.
But I watched through the stream from Suzuka and saw 58s popping up from her in race pace, and I just went, no, that's it. I'm just going to pack up now.
Uninstall ACC.
No, I'll get there one day. Maybe some millennium.
That's it.
Reynaldi,
Is that
Edo.
enough? He's done.
Yeah, he's done. He's not going to. Oh, he might get out for another lap. Never know, but I don't think the tyres would be up to pressure for that first lap anyway.
I think this is our sole Honda out there.
No, I've seen another one. It was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's at least two out there.
At least
The
two.
same one with some high vis spots on it.
I think that car's left the server because I can't see it. Yeah. I'll take your word for it, definitely. But it's not out there at the moment. As Aaron Lee is currently...
Goes 7th.
Bang, 42.3. Anything in the 42s is stellar. 41s is just baller.
Well, 41.4 for Ben Floyd. He goes to the top of the tree in the 97 Aston. So we have an Aston front row for Q2.
John Soneca should improve about at least a second here. You'll see him jump up quite a fair bit. There we go. Bang, P4.
Yeah, I was about to say Sonicus a little bit out of position there in 23. But, well, as I was saying, so hard to get clear track and real estate. Very valuable on the Imola circuit, especially with 40 plus cars on track. Zach Malloy goes 10th fastest.
Very nice.
Good to see a couple of the new BMWs out there tonight as well.
It is. We haven't had it in the Sprint Series this season, but it'll be back next season. Or it'll be entered, next season. Did we have any at Bathurst? I can't remember.
I don't think you did.
I think it's back for Spa, or it's in for Spa. So it's little tiny little things where it was a bit too OP in a couple of areas has kind of been dumbed down a little. So it's very strong. It's a very strong car, but
Weatherman up to 4th. I was pointing out he was
time.
really hugging that pit wall down the front straight. I was going to make the point about the new BMW.
That's wide.
It looks fantastic, but God, that front grille.
You don't like it?
No.
It's as polarising as Brands Hatch.
It is. It looks good in black, so I can't.
Yeah, I do believe the paint does. It's how the depth perception of the grille is. When they first released it on social media, the paint scheme was like, oh wow, it was red or something. But I'm a fan of it. I really like it, and I think it's because people don't like it. This is why I like it even more.
Could be why you like Brands Hatch. So
Cool. Brands Hatch and BMW. What a combo! What a combo! I'm pretty happy for the this calendar schedule for the Endurance Series. We've got some really awesome tracks. Very stock standard endurance tracks, but they're all there. Nürburgring next, then we've got Spa, then we've got Mount Panorama.
You can't have an endurance series without Mount Panorama.
Pretty much.
That'd
I agree with
be sacrilege if you didn't.
I think you'll find with Mount Panorama, there's quite a few people that aren't in its camp. I think that's because of how tricky it is. You either get it or you don't. Oh no.
Oh no, I was about to say Blair definitely out of position. I was talking him up a little bit earlier in the session. Unfortunately, down in 26th, he's going to be kicking himself for that. Don't know what that is going to do for his starting position, or at least his team's starting position. Not good opportunity to practice that pit entry, and that is going to be crucial tonight.
Yes, look, so it's kicking over the server, right? And it's not giving the checkered flags. Stewards, if you're watching, just screenshot that, and sorry about the data entry, but you're going to have to put that in yourself. Because, yeah. Also, down here, there's a Honda 444 F491. Why the fuck has it got two?
Having a hissy fit?
It's bamboozling. So we wait here with bated breath to see if this server kicks over.
Does it have to go through the wait time?
I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know.
New systems.
Yeah. What we might do is time to ban new Audi pre-ban. Yeah. Well, it's going to be strong off the bat, and I've already had people ask if we can use it for Spa 12 hour, but it's too soon to say. Like, I don't know. Most likely not right this second, because it might be just like the BMW M4 and like streets ahead. But if we can ballast it and the ballast works on it, then yes. But yeah, have to wait and see. We like to test new cars before we just allow them to race in series, because it could be a detriment otherwise. Much like qualifying 2 wants to stay here forever. I'll contact me. Got screenshots. It's Q2 and right. We might do a server restart. We'll just wait for SGP to sort that out for us. Don't know why the server's decided to... Well, there's the checkered flag again. It's not yellow flag. I don't know, honestly, what is going on with this. Now it's going to free practice 2.
Oh, there we go. Is it?
Check post. Countdown time. Alright, so no, false alarm. We'll keep the server going.
Alright. Like Jesse McLean in the in-game chat there, someone say KFC?
Every time I hear that, I think of that stupid song. Something about I don't care.
Yeah, it gets stuck in your head. Thank God for skip ads on YouTube.
Definitely. Definitely. Alright, so at the moment, qualifying's been completed. We are just currently getting our race director and our stewards to organise what the grid will be based on those times that they've set in Q1, Q2. Once they've done that, we'll roll over to race and we'll set the formation lap with the grid and we'll go. I'm fairly sure. Was it car 97? That was right at the pointy end. Get in that car 222, yes.
Yeah, I do believe that car 97 was on top. That was... oh, I've forgotten the name. But it was 97 that was on top in Q2. Can't remember for the life of me who was on top in Q1.
I think we found the drama. No, that can't be right. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So far, we haven't seen any signs of rain. If you watch the Bathurst 12 hour, that'll be a welcome sight here. There quite a few showers come over the circuit in Bathurst 12 hour, and I actually really enjoyed that weather variability. Thought it was awesome.
I think the drivers would have had a different opinion, and quite a few of the, I guess, strategists would have had a different opinion too.
Yep.
Sure, I'm sure there was a lot of people that suddenly had a new strain of male pattern baldness.
Oh, without a doubt. Most of the feedback that I heard, they enjoyed the change. Lots of the special events. Oh, that's a nice little cut there from Mercedes. Lots of the special events we've done haven't. The rain just never showed up, even if the service sort of set to have a fair chance of coming around. So, alright, let's just take a look at the spreadsheet. They're just entering in driver 2 details now. So yeah, about 6 minutes and we start the race. Any questions in chat for us? Thank you, Hamstar. $50. You're an absolute baller. Best of luck to all the wonderful drivers tonight. Yes, those that are brand new to OOR, returning OOR. Also, as we've mentioned before, thank you to all our stewards for their volunteer work. They are the GOATs.
Also a shout out to the admin team as well for Octane, putting on another great event. And it takes a lot of work to get something like this off the ground, that's for sure.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me. It was fun to do the 12 hour, or the last 4 hours of 12 hour, and I'm looking forward to the next endurance event. And, well, had nothing else on tonight, so I thought I'd better put my hand up to commentate this one too.
No, it's good to have you here again. Do you have a bird? Do you own a bird?
I do have a bird.
What type of bird is it?
It's a peach-faced lovebird.
Nice. It's just one?
Just the one, unfortunately.
That's good, because once upon a time I owned 2 lovebirds, and if you get 2 lovebirds at a young age, they bond to each other. Whereas if you get 1 lovebird, they bond to you. So my lovebirds fucking hated me. and I actually got allergies and stuff, so I had to sell them to this lady who has a heap of birds. So I went to a good home, but yeah, I still remember those 2 lovebirds. They were hate birds.
They were hate. Well, yeah.
Well, hate me birds.
Yeah, well, my bird, he tends to go through a bit of a love you, hate you sort of thing. This last week being stuck at home, he's certainly been a bit more loving. But the worst thing is he likes to get onto my arm and start tearing out the arm hairs, and that sucks.
Yeah, that would suck. The old nip on the finger. It's not too bad. It depends where it gets you.
Well, no, my bird, he's a bit of a bastard about that. He'll bite, but he will bite hard and sometimes draw blood.
Yep.
He's a bastard sometimes, but no, he's been good this week. He's been good.
Oh, they're definitely characters. Zach Grant wants to know which of the commentators is the best looking. Well, you got to just have to make your own assumptions off absolutely nothing.
Off the sounds of our voices.
Oh, that's a drift. That's a drift. Out of interest, what are the positives and negatives of simracing.gp? Is it just reduction of... Oh, there's plenty of both sides of the coin. We just wanted to give the platform a try. They've got a great admin team there. We wanted to just get up a few more shorter, quick series events up there for you guys to race, which it does reduce the admin load. But yeah, that's kind of just for OOR admin staff to be concerned about. At the end of the day, we just want to get some more events going. We've got some stuff we're working on with our own website moving forward, so keep an eye out for that. What else we got going on? My prediction today is it will be a dry race. I just have that feeling.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that weather. Slightly cloudy. Whoop.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
gonna
we almost,
that might buff out.
yeah, Audie almost went to Narnia with that one. We swap over to Patrick Oliver, absolutely having a good crack at it through the chicane over the curbs.
Don't mind that livery, the blues. Oi, Mac Daddy, best of luck tonight. Love your work mail. $73.70. Love that little amount. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. How many rookies in tonight's race? That's a great question. A few? It depends what you're deeming as a rookie. Is there someone that's in our rookie series? Or is it someone that's new to these events or the game in general? Because, for example, Mitch Weatherburn, who's racing for Car 222, he hasn't done an ACC race before. He's in the Pro-Am class. And, for example, he can get into the 41s. You would deem him to be a rookie, but pace-wise would determine that he's not brand new behind a wheel. That's sad.
Patrick Oliver getting Rivatsa wrong. Just there.
Absolutely nothing wrong with his grid at all.
No. Murphy, did you see the times from qualifying 1? It was 1 second covering the top 17, really. That is nothing to scoff about.
That's true. And grid shouldn't just be determined by overall pace. I'm more keen just to see people racing.
Well, we got 3 hours of it coming up soon, and that's more to the point, isn't it? We obviously just had that session of get that 1 lap flyer in, but now we've got to do it for 3 hours. It's going to be a different ask.
Agreed. Any drivers here you will classify as an alien? I do think that term's probably thrown around a little bit too much. I guess we'll just have to wait and see tonight. Who's going to be the standout? I think it's going to be nice and close tonight. Very much looking forward to it. A few of the in-game liveries being selected by the drivers. A little bit different now. We've done it in the past. With George Fowler here. Check DMs. Yeah, so just taking a little bit longer with the spreadsheet because we've had to do a lot of this from screenshots and bits and pieces due to what happened in Q1, so sit tight. G'day, Tasty. Nearly got a sneaky Pro-Am entry in. You guys looking great for tonight. I ask the commentators this quite often, Matt. What's one circuit that's not an ACC that you would love to see in it and you'd pay money to get it in there?
That is a good question.
And why is it Sepang?
Nothing really strikes out to me about Sepang. It's not a boring track. It's not a super exciting circuit. I suppose Assen would be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Just though it's probably not suited to four wheels. It's definitely a two wheels thing. Phillip Island, that'd actually be a good one to see in ACC. Ooh.
Assen reminds me a little bit of Imola, just with some of its corners.
Probably its layout as well. It's very similar to Imola. It's got that sort of elongated look to it.
Yep. As far as let's go the F1 circuits are concerned, I would just love to race something else at the Baku City circuit. I just think that would be fun. It's like a Monaco / Macau for GT3s, and with a massive, massive straight.
Yeah. The bend would be nice.
Throwing a few Aussie tracks out there.
Yeah. Sydney Motorsport Park would be good to see.
Simmons Plains. Who doesn't want to see Simmons Plains? And all 6 of its corners.
Don't mock Simmons Plains. That's a legendary circuit here.
It is. Baku would be good. Yeah, St. Gilles Villeneuve would be good in Canada. That's always a fun track in most things.
I was just thinking that actually.
It's a good shout.
Circuit, yeah, it's a brilliant circuit. Can't miss the Wall of Champions, though you'd hope that you do.
Yeah.
Just trying to think.
What else? Oh, Red Bull Ring. Can't go wrong with Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, Red Bull Ring. Oh god, Hockenheim Ring. Love to see
Ring.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, Bahrain. I want to see Bahrain and more things. I just really enjoy that circuit under lights. But it's not for everyone. But it's better than Barcelona in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I've just had an absolute blank because I'm not one of those drivers that has an absolute favourite circuit, or apart from Monza, a track that I hate. I just, if it's there, I'll race on it and I enjoy it. So it's hard for me to actually just pick one track that I want to see in ACC.
It is a tough.
Maybe I'm a little bit weird like that.
No, it's a lot of circuits out there. And the longer you've been sim racing, the more you've been subjected to or experienced. Interlagos is another one.
Yeah, Interlagos, yeah. There's a track in Argentina. And I'll quickly just have to open up my OG Assetto Corsa.
There's an Ecuador track as well. It starts with Y. Yohoma. That's a lot of fun if you haven't raced on that one before. Those with AMS2 would know.
Oschersleben, love to see that in ACC.
Where's that one?
That is Germany. That's it has got one of the worst first corners in the world, but it does have an alternate one which is a bit more open. If anyone's a fan of WTCR, you know what I'm talking about. Basically, John Cleland going on a rant about the whole thing.
Yeah.
About the person who designed the first 2 corners needs to be taken into a dark room and beaten to within an inch of his life.
Now, tell us how you really feel.
Well, you know what? I appreciate the English commentators just for that.
Yeah,
because they are just so brutally honest. Well, most of them are anyway. But you can't go past the old archive footage of James Hunt absolutely giving it to some of the other drivers, and but John Cleland, that little rant about the first 2 corners at Oschersleben, that's pretty iconic for me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Hampton Downs. I'd like to see Hampton Downs. It's a Kiwi circuit, very fast circuit with. Oh no, sorry, thinking about the wrong ones. Thinking Highlands Motorsport Park. That's the fast one.
So many circuits around the world.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's, I don't know, Virginia International. Okay, here's one. Long Beach street circuit would be unreal. It'd be carnage, but it'd be unreal. I just like things with walls. As a commentator slash spectator, as Josh Whitebread does the spinny spin.
Oh, he turns that around quite nicely, though.
He does.
Always take an opportunity to do a bit of a donut.
Sad about the Adelaide street circuit no longer being a thing. Selling assets and stuff to other tracks.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. A lot of history lost there. I don't believe it will come back. Sadly.
Didn't they sell parts of the circuit to other tracks? Didn't they? Other tracks pick them up? I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
They sold the grandstands off, and they sold a lot of the pit buildings off, which huge shame. A lot of Australian motorsport history there, and it annoys me when politicians make those decisions completely irrespective of how certain people would feel.
What are they doing with the area now? Are they just making it residential? That seems to be what happens. With
It
those
wouldn't
type of
surprise
things.
me. I don't know. I don't understand what they're doing with it. I think it's like a green area now, which is just, yeah, okay, sure. Canberra Street Circuit was dope back in the day. No, that track was awful. I mean, well, I'm from Canberra, but that track was awful.
It's much like they do with the old stadiums and football ovals. How they turn those into residential property areas, and like Highbury, for example, in London. That's now, the pitch is like a garden area and all that, and they've got buildings all around it for accommodation. Sort of keep the history a little bit at the same time. With technology and all that, things do get dated.
Oh, we got a car parked up behind the barrier there.
That was handy.
Yeah. I'd love to see how Patrick has managed that. I'm quite impressed.
Is he a cop car?
Quite
He's
possibly.
going to book someone for speeding. It's got a good view. You're not going to catch them speeding too much, though. Maybe cutting.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, it could be the
Cut
cutting
police.
Yeah.
Go get him, Pat. He's gone backwards. Don't know if this is a technical issue or just boredom whilst he waits. Would these cars be able to take the curbs at Surface Paradise? You can take any curbs in these cars. You just got to believe in yourself.
Like the V8s do? No. I think they're just a little bit too low and probably a little bit too stiffly sprung for them.
Yeah.
Probably a little bit too delicate with the front splitters as well. I think they have run GT3 there though.
So I'm just looking at the times. So it looks like car 97 is going to start in the front row alongside car 3. Average time for car 97 was a 41.3. Car 3 had a 41.6. Car 3 is Matty Lamb and I forget his teammate. So we had 5 cars averaging the 41s. Some very quick times there. V8s are boats. They are just difficult driving boats, as we're watching Patrick Oliver Parking Simulator 4000. And he's away.
Oh, no, he's away.
He's away. Here we go.
He's booking someone.
Looks like he's going to be booking the BDE team.
Yeah, he's
632.
P1. He's the fastest. He's been speeding the most. What's the sound of the police again?
Nah, I'm not going there again. Whoop, whoop. I'll just do that. I'll just do whoop, whoop.
That's all I was wanting.
Yeah, good. Better than my sound effect. There we go.
Up.
That is
All right.
a good start.
Oh, we've got a few empty grid slots in the mid pack there.
Oh, that's all right. I think that's just created entries of cars that have moved or left the server.
Oh dear.
So it would have been, that other Honda was a team that was one of them that missed out. But not far away from starting this race. Qualifying's done, practice sessions are done. Hope the teams have set the driver one in, put him in the car. Water bottles are filled, gloves are given, steering wheels are aligned. Weather is sunny, no signs of clouds for the next 30 minutes, so that's always a good start. No wind. 31 degree track, nice and warm out there in Italy.
Couldn't have asked for a better day for a little bit of sim racing.
Spot on. So what happens here is once this countdown timer has completed and drivers have all set their setups for the race, the race director calls out the grid order over voice comms and they line up single file. It won't be a straight line because apparently that's impossible. A cop saw a woman knitting while driving. He yelled, "Pull over." She said, "No, it's a cardigan."
I'll pay that.
I'll pay that. I like to read those without reading them first. To read them and just yell them out straight away. Yeah, that's good. Keep those coming.
That's a bit dangerous, though.
Yeah, very true.
Oh, hang on. Are we running a family-friendly stream tonight, or no?
We try. Doesn't always happen. Doesn't always go according to plan, but.
So 1 minute to race start. Who are we liking to take out this first round?
It's hard to go past Kaizen Motorsport, the 97 car. Ben Floyd and Corey Sweet are always up that pointy end. They're very consistent drivers, very good defenders. So if they get out with some open air, they're going to be very hard to get past. But 3-hour race, it's not just those cars around you. You've got to, as I said, be consistent, nail your pit entries, nail your strat. You just never know, and obviously hope for the sim racing gods that the internet stays nice and connected. Never like to see a team just get disconnected because of their internet, but it does happen. It does happen.
Yeah, many times I've seen a lot of drivers' races getting ruined by the dreaded disconnect. So hopefully everyone has a bit of luck on their side. I think last night I broadcasted for another league, and they one of the drivers unfortunately couldn't race because a transformer blew up, and the power only came back live at about 9:30 at night. Hate to see it.
Yep.
Yep.
When are the custom deliveries coming to? Well, I don't know. This game isn't great for it though. It's just so much fucking about. So much fucking about. So here we go, calling out the grid. Car 5. Where's car 97? I'm pretty sure that when they P1.
Find it eventually. They got to pick their way through the field, get the engine started. You know.
I think they're starting in numerical order. Don't think they're calling out the right order. I think you got to sort it by average, not driver car number.
You'd be loving to have car number 2 right now, wouldn't you?
Holy hell! So car 3 is the yeah. So.
Given that no one's really moving at the moment, I'd say that our stewards have picked up on that, and they're just fixing that up.
So if you picked a low number, you're at the front of the grid. Welcome to our Endurance Series. Here's a little bit of a spanner in the works. Fuck qualifying. That meant nothing. If you picked a low car number, you're in. If you can't on 99, you're in trouble. Anyway, we've sorted that problem. Shout out to the stewards.
There we are.
That's a pretty stressful job to do because of the server issues we had during qualifying. So they're doing this on the fly as quick as they can. They're doing a fantastic job. So there we go. Car 97 will be starting P1. We should see car 3, which is right there, starting P2. Car 9, the Kovacs Racing Sanikas brothers in P3. Last to first, more fun anyway. Exactly right. 632 BDE team of Kai Rooted and McKinns. I really like that livery. The silver works for that BMW. Callum Gibbons, another Kovacs team. One Tyre Tribe's up there. So here we go, getting it nice and sorted. Only drama is the teams that were called out earlier. If they're a bit further up the field, they don't reverse too much because you get disqualified. And there's nothing we can do about that.
Valence just tuned in. This looks like motor chess, mate. That's exactly what this is. 3 hours of motorsport chess.
Yep. Lamborghini to A3. These tyres will be nice and cold. Oh, they won't be too bad. Once I do this warm-up lap and really throw the car about, they'll get up to the pressures that they were when they were sitting on the grid pretty quickly.
Well, it theoretically shouldn't make that much of a difference because if your tyres are cold, chances are everyone else around you's tyres are cold.
Yep.
Make turn one very interesting.
Oh,
but we don't need cold tyres to make turn one interesting here.
No, you just need tyres in general. The car's got tyres, turn one's going to be very interesting.
Hopefully everyone remembers to warm up the brakes as well because I could see a bit of a send happening into turn one because someone forgot to warm up their brakes.
Yes, drag those brakes. Car 75, that's going to be hard to read out most of the night. It's really shrunk in that text.
I believe that that will be car 75 for the rest of the stream.
Yes, there we go. I
Yep.
agree. Well said. All right, here we go. Formation lap. Ready to start round one here of our Endurance Series.
Exciting stuff. Ben Floyd off of pole position, making all Aston front row.
Yeah, someone said Lexus 1, 2, 3 finish. Well, if that's the case, these two Astons are going to have to explode. Because Aston heavily picked in this series.
Mighty quick in qualifying, the two Astons of the 97 and 3.
Yep. And you've got to throw the BMW M4 in the mix there. So the 632 car. This will be a big smoky for this race win as well. A couple of Mercs around the place as well.
Have we got any dark horses in this one?
It's hard to say. For the win, you're probably looking at those chances there. But for the Pro-Am class win, now that's where it can get interesting. So the 111 car should be Pro. I don't know why that hasn't gone to Pro, but they're a Pro team. So scrap them out of Pro-Am class. The 222, that could be right up the pointy end of Pro-Am. We've got the 747 car, another smoky. That could be in for a top 5 overall. Pete Viney's team is with Carl Johnson. They're quite quick. 326 with Growski. So they're the smokies for me. I don't know where they're going to finish in the Pro-Am class, but they could really push these pro drivers.
Got one tip in the chat there. Keep an eye on car 41. Leonard Scott, that is an AM entry. I've seen weirder things.
Jason Leonard Scott is a fan favourite. Well, he's been pushed by his friends to get him into the Pro-Am class. So I actually changed it as a joke on the attendance sheet to Pro, and I forgot to change it back for the last sprint race. Sorry, Jason, but it's all for a good laugh. Alrighty, as we prepare to start, there's a big gap in that field there. That is disgusting.
Yeah, seeing a few. Could see a few pens.
Why is it single file? What is going on?
Oh dear. Maybe a few people haven't quite gotten the memo. We're about to go racing, regardless. So, let's see who gets the better jump between Floyd in 97 and the number 3 beside him. She's with cars on track. Okay.
All right, we're about ready to start. There's going to be some pens given out for that start. I don't know why that's so far. People stuck in first gear, and this race hasn't even started yet. Oh my fucking Christ. Can't change gears.
Locked at 100 k's
Green
per hour.
light. Well, there we go. That's the weirdest start I've ever seen.
New system. New system. Oh, we got one in the fence already. I think that's one of the BMWs, and that is at turn 1. That'll be quite frustrating for them. All the build-up, and haven't even made it past the first chicane. As the rest of the field starts streaking through. Looks like Floyd has gotten the jump in the 97 off pole. And oh, we got cars checking up, heading into the first hairpin.
Right, so I've just made an executive decision to call virtual safety car straight away. Right, so this car's stuck in first gear. So we're going to bunch them up, get everyone right. I'm going to do something. Yeah, that was the game being weird. So yeah, about 12, 15, 20 cars were stuck in first gear. They couldn't actually push up to the formation lap. So we're just going to call a quick VSC. Wait till everyone catches up and bunches up. It could be 2 laps, and then we're going to start this race properly. Sometimes you just got to wing these things and get it all sorted. But as you can see, the front 8 all pro classes, that's balanced out nicely. We've got next best is car 6, which is Patrick Oliver. They're the top Pro-Am team. Car 4 all the way back. So they've had something happen to them.
Might be one of the cars that got caught out by the glitch there and stuck in first gear. Tuckwin Finton saying that cleared at green light. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why it happened for some people but not others.
Yeah, but they started higher on the grid, so the game for some reason recognised them as the pole sitter, perhaps. But that's very weird.
Again, I've never seen that. I've never seen that before.
Just Kunos things. We'll write off as Kunos things, yeah.
It's a feature.
It's a feature. Roughly, that does give whoever it was that binned it at the first corner a chance to catch up and hopefully be in striking range to make up some ground. Love to know who it was. It was a black and red BMW M4, so I think that might not have been because of contact, but because of cold tyres halfway around turn 1 and full throttle.
Speed limited formation lap. Well,
Whoa!
Shit.
We have got people on the way to Narnia. That is. We were just talking about dreaded disconnect. And it looks like our leader, Ben Floyd, has just suffered a disconnect.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you to it again. I'm going to fix this. I'll be back.
Well, what a start. We were sort of expecting fireworks, just probably not fireworks of that type. New system. So Ben Floyd has managed to rejoin the server, but unfortunately he is in pit lane and not moving anywhere at this point. Hopefully he can just rejoin and reclaim that position. Oh, that was exciting. Admit it, it was exciting. But anyway, our leader so far is Lamb, then Sonicus and Kyra Din. That's your top three. Patrick Oliver, Wopek Priyanata and Borland, your top three in Pro-Am. And then we have Villalonga in 13th, the top-ranked AM team. He is killing it at the moment, doing well in the second highest Nissan out there. Good to see two Nissans out there in the top 15. We have cars stopping. We have got cars slowing down. We have the number 3 stopping for reasons. We've got cars stopping now on the main straight. We've got one Lambo's just had enough, he's gone. See you later, son. One Merc is going...
Yep, called a red flag. I've called a red flag. First red flag. We've red flagged. We're going to restart the server. Start again. Too many things going on. Not fair for some teams. I don't like to see it. These things happen, so I'll be back in a sec. We'll get this fixed and we'll get racing.
There we go, official word. We are red flagging this race and restarting. Definitely the right call. I would have to agree with that. Technical issues do not make it fun for anyone out there on the track. So we'll get this race restarted. Thank you very much to everyone sitting in chat for your patience as well. Obviously, new systems. This sort of thing happens. So, yeah, thank you for being patient. Thank you to everyone on track at the moment for being patient as well. These things do happen. It is frustrating, but well, it's better than having 3 hours of chaos and some teams being unfairly disadvantaged. For some weird Kunos glitch thing. Staccato, I just want milk that tastes like real milk. Yes, that is one of our favourite things. One of my favourite things, I should say. Paul's smarter white milk. Valiant's good advice. Gremlins happen, just don't let them get wet or feed them after midnight. Very good advice. Valiant is a very responsible man. While we're waiting for the restart, does anyone want to throw out a few questions for me to try and answer? That has got nothing to do with the server because I am just sitting here watching this over Discord. Thank you, Tack Grant. Doing the best we can under the circumstances. Can I sing? God, no. That was a very easy question to answer. God, no. You don't want me to sing. Can vegetarians eat animal crackers? Maybe. Have to ask a vegetarian that. I'm not a vegetarian. How am I feeling? I'm actually feeling pretty good. A little bit of a throat tickle, but yeah, that's how it is. Certainly could have had it worse, but been very lucky with this Rona thing. Apparently service stint time isn't set to 1 hour 50, just so you guys know. Yeah, the skids, yeah, Ali Karadin giving us a good show in pit lane. Beautiful thing for sim racing. We can just do burnouts in pit lane. That would get you a holiday in real life, but in sim racing gets you kudos on the internet. So we are currently getting people leaving the server. Delantos, what is the meaning of life? Enjoy it. That's my meaning of life. Do honey badgers actually care? I assume that they care about something. Well, there's the answer for Zelantos' question. What is the meaning of life? 42. Good answer there, John. Good answer. Diabols, you're a little bit slow there. John beat you to it. Looking forward to the new DLC in a fortnight. Any particular car I'm keen on? New Porsche, Ferrari, Challenge, or BMW? Well, I'm looking forward to the BMW, I think. I'm not a huge fan of Porsches. Anyone who is familiar with me knows that I dislike Porsches with a passion. Ferrari Challenge, sort of. I'm not a huge fan. I'll be honest. I'm not a huge fan of one make series. They're it's a bit dull for me. I like the variety that you get with GT3 or GTE, GT2 or GT4. I just think that's very. I think it's just more fun to close your eyes and listen to the different engine notes. Can we get a shout out for relaxed motors and VV long necks? Absolutely can. Shout out to relaxed motors and VV long necks. How's everyone loving the fuel prices right now? No, not loving the fuel prices right now. Not at all. Not at all. Best strategy for this race: don't bin it. That would be my my advice to you, Josh. Just tick over the constant laps. Don't find the tyre barriers. If I could race it in real life, what series would it be and why? Super GT. Simply because I love the series. I love the two-class system. I love the ballistic GT 500s. I love a lot of the domestic Japanese GT cars. And I think just the excitement of Super GT just cannot be topped by anything else. Better diesel or nuclear submarines? I am not qualified to answer that question, Zelantos. Not even anywhere remotely close to being able to answer that question. Favorite track of this series? I'm assuming you mean the Endurance Series. Look, I'm a little bit weird because I don't have a favorite track. I just sort of enjoy just being on a track. Every track is the same for everyone for me. So, and I think a big secret to actually being quick is just enjoying the track rather than thinking about, oh, I hate this track or I don't like this track or whatever. Enjoy every track and you'll probably do really well. Best moment at Imola. I haven't had many moments at Imola, Josh. Probably the only one I can think of was actually not even my best moment. It's an embarrassing moment. Before I went on a little bit of a leave from the sprint series to run my own show, we did a race here. It was the first of the super sprint races. I think they were 20 minutes long or something. Importantly, no pit stops. Me not realizing that I didn't have to make a pit stop, I went in and made a pit stop. I'm racing through and I'm trying to catch the rest of the field. I'm just like, why am I not? Why is no one else coming into pit lane? And it was about at half race distance that I realized I didn't need to make a pit stop. That was embarrassing. So, but otherwise, I've not had many other moments. I think that's been my only race at Imola. Forced to race one of these 4 tracks for the rest of your life. Which one? Oof. All of them? I don't know. It's hard to pick because I enjoy all of them. Yeah. So we're just waiting for the server to be rebooted. Fortunately, if you are just joining us, we had a bit of an issue with the server. A few people being stuck in first gear on the warm-up lap, and we had a absolutely chaotic first lap. So we're just restarting. Did we mention new system? New system for the servers? Looks like we're just running through a few people rejoining the server and jumping out again. Fanatec setup versus Poggers. Broken pedals G29 setup. Who would win? Poggers. John, there's an argument between two vegans still called a beef. I would still call it a beef just to annoy both of them. So that's the sort of person I can be. Team LH or MV, Max Verstappen, all the way. All the way. I've watched Max Verstappen since his days in karting, and let me tell you that last year he was in go-karts. It was basically the Max Verstappen show. He won almost everything. It was a perfect year for Max, and I knew after that year, I said it, without a doubt, he will be a world champion in Formula One, and lo and behold, he's a world champion. And I do love that he has run number one. Anyone else not a Mercedes or Lewis fan, but just want to see George kick his ass this season? I'm going to go out on a limb here. Risk becoming the most unpopular commentator. I think Mercedes is going to struggle this year. I think they are going to struggle. As I was saying a little bit earlier, I'm predicting that Haas will be reasonably strong. They're probably not going to be the top team, but they will definitely be fighting at the front of the midfield battle this year. But Mercedes, I think they're going to struggle. I think they are going to struggle this year. You got a rookie in George Russell. I don't think he has the experience to develop a new car. And I think one of the biggest weaknesses that Lewis Hamilton has had since his start in Formula One, he doesn't know how to set up a car. So I think this year, Mercedes, they're going to struggle. K-Mag getting fastest lap yesterday, Haas World Drivers' Championship. I don't think they're going to do it. But I'm not surprised that Haas topped the timesheets yesterday. Got to remember that they basically abandoned 2021. They abandoned that car and they started work on 2022 immediately. So they have put all their resources into this car. I'm not surprised that they were quick. That's a good question, Prime. Would Mercedes let George kick Lewis's ass? That's a good question. Guess we'll see after the first couple of rounds who starts getting the preferred treatment. Haas was too because they had an extra time. Yeah, that's true. They had they had shipping errors, and they so they got that extra hour in the morning. Tell you what, I am happy to see Kevin Magnussen back in Formula One. Whoa, we got a car almost off to Narnia there. Yeah, last season of Formula One, that was the most exciting year of Formula One we've had. McLaren this year. Yeah, Danny Rick. He's actually got the dreaded Mexican beer virus. McLaren. Well, word is with the McLaren camp that the car is a little bit easier to drive this year, so that might play into Dan's favour. He really struggled with last year's car. It was a very Did we mention new system? That would be a perfect perfect start to this night, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just bring
So
on a
it's
thunderstorm
never-
with flooded track. And who knows what else? All right, that's the last roll of
minute
dice
troll.
I'm doing, so
Well, going back to the old system, that usually works.
it's just one of those things that happens sometimes. Close all windows. Alright, I'm gonna do a few little nifty things. Alright. Fingers crossed. It says someone's, yeah, this is the Imola 24-hour in case you weren't aware. Sorry about that. Hope you didn't have any plans this weekend, mate, because...
Hey, 24-hour stream. Why not?
Alright, okay. That's just... Composure's the key ingredient here. Things do happen in life. You just have to do sensible ways to problem solve. You've done a stellar job, Matt, by the way, covering for me whilst I've been gone.
Yeah.
Chat, you've been solid. Decker's none sure.
Solid 6 out of 10, I'd say.
Thanks for your patience, everyone. Appreciate you.
That we have a good question from John there. If people from Poland are called Poles, why aren't the people from Holland called Poles?
Because there's actually they're Dutch. Because it means something now forgotten.
Google.
How can a country be named 4 different things? Is Holland, Dutch, Netherlands? What's the other one? There's one other one. But either way, the Orange Army resents that. Okay. The results. Oh, wiggly wobbly moist there, Blair. So the only thing that might be a little bit different is if the drivers haven't set the team names correctly, it might show up a little bit differently. So that's all right. We can work with that. Once all the teams are in, there should be 40-ish. I'm going to change a few more things up. Can you see the picture all right?
I can see the picture all right.
All right, cool. I'm like an octopus at the moment. There's that, there's that, there's that, there's that. There's so many things to press.
There's a lot of screens there. There's a lot of screens there.
Right, Pitbull Live's back up. Pitbull Live's back up. Race controls sorted. We're sorted in the commentary booth. There's 39 cars are on the server. We'll kick this over in a second, and we're going to start the Imola 15 hour in just a moment. And I'm going to need another drink, I think, Matt.
Yeah, I'm going to need a drink. Jeez. Yeah, everyone in chat, go get yourself a drink. Get yourself some warm popcorn if you haven't already. Just getting entertained by the stellar job that Mulls has done fixing everything up. Oh, never mind. We haven't got enough time to go get a drink. Stuff it.
No, you go. Everyone, look, go. I'll cover for everybody. Everyone, you go grab a drink. I'll be here. We've got 3 minutes.
You get a cover for chat too?
Yeah, for sure. I'll cover for chat. Drivers have to take them on themselves.
Yeah, drivers, don't get yourself a drink just yet, unless it's water. That could be messy.
Could be, very much so. Rightio. No one's got it. It's a long weekend. We've got plenty of time for all these shenanigans. So we're just going to do a full 3 hour race. We're probably about 30 to 40 minutes behind a little bit, but hopefully it doesn't put too many of you out. Those in New Zealand, please feel free to send me the invoice or any hate mail you want to do at wherever you want to send it. Send it to anyone. I'll find it. No worries at all. So the few of those things where that formation lap issue was an interesting one. I haven't seen a limiter on a free lap before. It's a pity you can't set that limiter as a VSC and I press a button and then you can't go over 100. That would be a game changer. That'd be so much fun. But yeah, there's a couple of I know the server does do sometimes weird things when there's 2 qualifying sessions, but I've never seen it do that. So shit happens. We'll move on and we'll focus on what's going to be a stellar race. The track is probably 2 degrees cooler than it was. There's a bit of cloud cover coming across early on. There's no wind, so it shouldn't change too much here at the start.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens across 3 hours. Weather can do weird things anywhere in the world.
Malak, you have had a bunch of tech issues that you had to sort on the fly since you launched OOR. Does any stick is the worst, most stressful? Yes. 2 in particular. We had a Spa 8-hour race where the Kurnos server back end died. They had an update, so if you actually left the race you couldn't rejoin, so we had teams having to do like triple, quadruple stints, and I couldn't connect as a spectator, so I had to use my second PC camera to broadcast the race, and that was all on the fly. That was stressful. And Kyle Army 9 hour, the first one, I had 2 PSUs explode on the day. And that was pretty fucking munted, if I'm being blunt. but as I said, these things happen, and we managed to finish the events and stuff. And I'm sure it's like when you guys are doing your races yourself, and no matter where you're racing, that sometimes you might have a tech issue where your wheel disconnects or your power goes out. It just, some things are out of your control, and you can't fret too much about it. But yeah, the 2 PSUs exploding was really, really uncomfortable, because one of them was a $400 1,000-watt one, which I got back for on warranty. But it doesn't help you while the race is on.
No, it doesn't. Warranty doesn't really help you on the day. Helps you in a couple of months' time.
Exactly. Okay, those drivers out there, what's the worst that's happened to you during a race that's not on track issues?
I can answer that one. First season, I was with Octane.
Yep.
I was running ACC on a bit of a potato-ish PC. That was running on Windows 7. It was one I built myself.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, my steering wheel, every now and then, it would just decide it's going to go full lock one way.
Ow.
Yep. So I had to fight the steering. It happened in the middle of a race. It was at Laguna Seca, and it decided it was going to go full right. So I was fighting the wheel. The only way I could fix it was to turn the steering wheel off and on again. And I had to do that during my pit stop. And unfortunately, when I did that, I had no force feedback for the rest of the race.
Far out. And that would be tricky in itself.
I think I did okay out of that, though. I still managed to finish in the top 5. But it was a very, very... I'm not competing against the leader anymore sort of drive.
Yeah. What would you find worse? Losing force feedback or losing sound?
Ooh, force feedback.
Yep. Both are really, really tricky.
Yeah, I actually do gauge a lot of my braking markers just through engine sound.
Yep.
So, yeah, geez, that'd be hard, but no force feedback, you have no idea what the car's doing underneath you.
Yep, exactly. Both not ideal. Suma says, iRacing Sebring Enduro for OOR, we were taking 20 minutes of damage and 45 seconds before completion of damage. The engine blew up and added another 40 minutes of repairs. Wow.
Oof.
House Street says, technical issue, loose monitor power cable, screen went blank in the middle of the race, screen blanket was zeroed out on the comms. I've had that happen at Zolder. I had my HDMI cable right behind my feet, and for some reason it hooked back over my pedals, and I kicked it out of my monitor. So I had to pull over on the second last lap, and I think I was like P3. And it looked like I pulled over because the race had finished, but it was actually because I couldn't see anything. And luckily I didn't hit anyone.
That's always the best feeling when you do have one of those failures that you don't take someone else out.
Yeah, because that's normally the time it happens.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we've had a few people out there have the, I don't know, blue screen of death or computer freezing. Unfortunately, it doesn't make your car go away in game. And,
No.
that can cause some carnage. I've seen that happen quite a few times in some of the other broadcasts I've done. Most notably, I think it was one of the V8 Supercar leagues at Newcastle. He had a disconnect, and unfortunately, this guy was still flat out, and he took out 2 other guys on his way to Narnia.
Shit. Not ideal. Hey, Scruff! Hey, mate, haven't seen you for a while. Kulamole says VR reset and center view do not work, so I had to drive while looking up to the left. Welcome to Vomit Town. Yeah, that's not nice.
I can almost relate to that.
What's about to happen is we're about to start a race. It's a motor race. So here we go, round 1, Endurance Series. We're at Imola, Asia Pacific time, 39 cars on track tonight. We wait for greens, we're bunched up. There's one car in the pits who obviously hasn't readied up, but they might avoid the carnage. Let's go. As we wait for greens, it's a delayed start a little bit. Will we see 12 metres? Here we go, we're
We are
away.
away and racing.
Nice start here. Very well balanced from the top 10 to down to the top 20.
Lloyd trying to squeeze Lamb out off to the right-hand side of the circuit. Does almost pull a little bit of a Verstappen v Hamilton there.
Nice.
As, Lamb has to go over the sausage curbs at turn 2. That was tight down the back there with Patrick Oliver and Lachlan Nichols there.
We made it through the first few corners, which is normally the tough one. So we're coming to Tosa, as you can see in the background, nicely bunched up.
We'll see 3 cars going down the inside back there. Hopefully everyone gets through. One of the Astons gets a little bit sideways, I think. Oh, a little cloud of dust in the background there, but looks like a very tidy start.
Yeah, we'll take that so far. Car 97, Ben Floyd, Corey Sweet lead the way from Matthew Lamb in car 3. Not much else has changed in the top 13, 15. As it's a 3-hour race, you don't want to see drivers throwing it too early. Let's go on board with Sam Misson in the Nissan. That should be his team name. It's his team name, shouldn't it?
Well, do you reckon Nissan did select the Nissan just because it rhymes with Nissan? I mean, I would.
He's been in the Nissan before, then he changed to another car. Can't remember what it was. But it didn't look right.
It just rolls off the tongue, Nissan in the Nissan.
It does. It's like,
beautiful.
Look at a guy in our F1 series called Jerome Pass, and he should be driving the Haas, and it just passing the Haas. It just works. All right, so
Serious stars aligning there, isn't it? Here comes Misson on the back of the Lexus. He's going to be forced around the long way around, but he's going to do it anyway. I love seeing drivers like this. If you're going to block me, that's fine, mate. I'll just go around the outside. I love seeing that.
and clean as a whistle as well.
I do suspect that Johnson in the Lexus, he sort of thinking to himself, you know what, first 3 minutes of a 3-hour race, I don't need to be involved in this. So smart driving by both drivers involved. Well, back in the front, we're focusing on Jean-Pierre Sonicus. He's all over the back of Lamb, and just behind him is Cara Din in the 632 BMW. The top 5 really have sort of started to skip away. Gibbons is hanging on by the edge of his fingertips, but I'm not seeing the 329 Mercedes sticking with the pace of the top 5 so far.
Oh, good save there, JP.
That's going to
Brown
let
flag.
Cara Din through.
Ali sneaks through. Moves that beam up and onto the podium positions. It's only 2 minutes into the race. So, long way to go, but you'll take them when they come up. Let's just scroll back through a bit. Regan Herbert. There's a little gap there to Gibbons. Honda of Stephen Tyre, hot in his heels. Further back there, Villalonga, Misson still right on the back of him. Is it another car he's actually on the back of? It is.
Here it is.
Nissan v Nissan.
A little bit of rubber banding going on there, I think. But Misson will just put up the inside, and he gets that done.
Oh no!
Quite
Oh
easily.
no! Oh no!
Oh, is he going to thread the needle? Oh, he threads the needle beautifully. So Sam Misson pulled off a bit of a Moses effect there.
Yeah, that will not be going in the stewards. Bit of rear quarter panel action.
Also, shout out to Villalonga in the 188 Nissan, the highest ranked AM driver at the moment, and Jamie Conboy. Ugh.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage so early in the race too. Where did Jamie actually qualify?
I am not sure. Not where he is, that's for sure. Oh, 3 wide!
Oh, here we go, 3 wide down the hill.
Oh, that's always going to happen. That's always going to happen. That's always going to happen. That's disaster.
Oh, that was uncomfortable, and unfortunately, I think a couple of people may have missed the memo that this is a 3-hour race. Maybe a few of the nerves finally getting a hold of some people.
What did I say about rejoins and Aqua Minerale?
They're dodgy. Well, I mean, rejoins are dodgy at the best of times. But at that point of the circuit, yeah, very, very tough.
I might just go check the replay screen. I'll be back.
Meanwhile, we'll stay on board with Ardhi Sathya. Hope I pronounced that name correctly. One of the many of the new BMWs out there at the moment. He's just chasing down the back of... Well, that is not correct. It is not Bab that he is chasing. It's the back of the number 4 Lamborghini, and that is Fowler. Unless my eyes are wrong, which they probably are. No, I was right. Fowler. Yeah, I thought Fowler was in one of the in-game liveries, but apparently not. See the Aston Martin of Reynolds just sneaking up, trying to sneak in the move up the inside, but we're going to a replay. Is that... I don't know how you'd call that one.
That's the first one that happened to the 222 car.
That looked like maybe a little bit of impatience from a few drivers, just wanting to fight a little bit too early in this race. I'm not sure. Last 10 minutes, yeah, you'd probably want to be trying to defend a little bit more aggressively, but 7 minutes in, no.
I was trying to find that other massive incident we just had. Pretty standard Imola stuff. Car 3 started the race beautifully, right behind Benny Floyd and their team. 1.2 seconds.
Fastest lap for Matthew Lamb as well, a 1:42.215. So he's starting to pull the finger out a little bit, trying to close in on the back of Ben Floyd. Here we go. Here we go, Sonicus. He's being forced around the outside. Do you reckon he'll go for it? He's going to try it, I tell you what. But Corridin not having any of that. He's stamping his authority on that position so far. Here we go, another one sending it around the outside. Tell you what, we've got a lot of trailer park girl strategies going on. It's good to see.
Yeah, a good spot to get away with it there on the outside. Lots of room, but yeah, you both need to be heavily involved in making sure you don't make contact, because it's not easy.
Lachlan Nichols has dropped back a little bit. He was as high as 8th at one stage, but he has dropped down to 10th, so I wonder if Nichols has maybe made a mistake.
Quite possibly.
I've seen Nichols around. He's a good driver, but he does have a tendency to make a few little errors while under pressure. And he is definitely under pressure from Patrick, Oliver and Kingston. So that, what was quali pace like? Low 41s. Oh, here we go, Oliver on the inside of Kingston. I have a feeling he'll be able to get this move done. He'll be on the wrong side of the track for this run into the Ravazza, but he should have the inside line on the braking zone as long as he pulls it up, and he gets that done quite nicely. That was textbook racing there from Oliver.
Great move. Clean as a whistle.
Now he'll set after Lachlan Nichols, and I think those two are going to be sparring partners for the majority of this race, I think.
Yep.
Like Kingston trying to fight back. He's tucked into the slipstream. Thought he might go for the cheeky switch sides under the braking zone, but he's got to be aware because he's got the second of the Nissans? Yeah, second of the Nissans in Villalonga just behind him, and then we have Johnson in the Lexus too, and another Lexus closing in on the back of them. That is Scotes as well. So Scotes is fighting back after a disastrous qualifying session. He was way down in 25th as 422 has binned it at the second chicane.
It's Reynolds.
Oh no.
Just found this little replay. This is...
Oh, what a feeling.
Oh, what a feeling indeed. They're side by side for quite a long time, and as they go down to Aqua Minerale, it's...
Well, they don't even make it to Aqua Minerale. They starts there, and then we're going to go almost 3 wide towards Aqua Minerale, but spatial awareness has to be a thing in these sorts of races.
Yeah, Babby got caught out as well. 24's around. So Imola doing his thing at the moment. Oliver now right on the back of Lockie Nichols. Does the Bentley have damage? Yes, he said before they were 8th at one stage. No. Maybe just can't quite get that tyre into a good window. Also, Nichols hasn't done a lot of practice from what I've been reading in chat in the Bentley. So he's just trying to come to terms with the car. As Oliver looks for another spot. Flying along here. Gets it done. Up into the top 10. Going great guns there for Black Lab Sim Sports 2.
Now it will be Kingston. Kingston picking up a 15-second penalty as well. I would assume that would be from our stewards, possibly for contact.
Yeah, it could be lap 1 stuff. I didn't quite see it.
Ooh, we thought about the move, so I had to pull out of it.
Just looking up the front, Lamb has actually got the gap within a second there of Floyd. So the two Astons leading the way quite comfortably. 2.7 seconds clear of Kyrud and the Beamer, who's still trying to fend off Sneakers, who's made that one mistake and now he jumped on it. Yeah, this part of the track's very dicey if you get it wrong. But a nice little train here. So I can see another train behind it. Is it the 777 car?
Oh, it was side by side. I think that a little bit further back.
Oh, this is a nice one as well.
Oh, here we go. Simon Gorowski running an Aston this time. Normally see him in the Mercedes in the Sprint Series. But, he's in one of the Bunsen burner Astons.
See those cars just absolutely hammering that curb.
It's tucked up under the wing of Leonard Scott's Lexus. Don't know that the Aston will be particularly good against the Lexus in a straight line. He's going to try it anyway into Ravazza. That wasn't really on. The gap was there, but it started to shrink. But it's hard to make a move at Imola and make a clean move at that.
Oh, it is.
It's such a fast circuit, and everyone's already on the limit of braking, so of course you try to outbrake someone. Yeah, not great. Not easy thing to do.
We haven't even seen 15 minutes yet, Matt, and so much has happened. Now, there's 3 mandatory stops for this race. There's no actual stint timer, so you can go as long or short as you possibly can, but there is a max driver time of 110 minutes. Which is just under, obviously, 2 hours if you're playing at home with your mathematics.
Meanwhile, great battle for the last step on the podium for now. Jean-Pierre Sonicus and Kyra Din in the 632 BMW. They're still trading fast laps between each other. Sonicus trying to reclaim third after he made a little mistake coming through the car chicane at the top of the hill. Kyra Din took full advantage of that, made it look easy.
267, I think I saw then. The Lexus, we'll check other times.
Scott Blair's had a good start. He's up to 13th.
Where did he start?
Way down. Like way down. He qualified horribly in Q2. He was down the mid-20s.
Yeah, 24th they started.
Not a bad start. More than 10 places. He's going for 12th. 12th position. And 12th positions gained as well. He's fighting Lachlan Nichols. And Nichols here. Here's a Carter.
Wheel bang in there. Villalonga's coming in here with the Nissan. Oh, side by side through Piratella. Are they going to do it? No, Villalonga tucks in. I like that. No, I like that from Nathan.
Tell you what, Nathan Villalonga is definitely punching above his weight in the AM entry.
I think he's going to get an update in his class. He's quite a talented man. So is his teammate. Flying along. 3 AM teams in the top 20. Obviously seen a bit of sadness early as well.
Oh yeah. Seen plenty of sadness, seen a lot of tears already. Some drivers just probably at this point really excited to get out of this server.
Yeah, very unlucky start there for 222 car. They've had a car around in front of them that they've run into. They've been spun at Tamburello, a lap afterwards.
It's also not over. I can think back to a week ago. I was doing a WEC series with another league. My brother actually was racing in the same race. He got turned around on lap 1, but he still managed to fight his way back in GTE to just being a little bit off the podium. So it's definitely not over until the checkered flag has dropped.
Oh, definitely.
Join Neil Wood in another one of the Lexus, left side maybe, and he's chasing Bab, although Wood's dropping down the leaderboard. Yeah. Say that.
That's Gorowski now. Yep.
Yeah. So I think Wood has had a bit of a bin moment somewhere, and now the timing tree is caught up.
More 7. An unfortunate start as well. 25.
Oh, that's not
seconds.
A passing opportunity. You have to have a very willing dance partner if you're going to try and make a move there. Oh no, William Wallace.
He's throwing that chrome McLaren into the fence. Don't know if it was self-inflicted or assisted.
William Wallace, that's Braveheart, isn't it?
I think so.
Please tell me that's his name on the Discord.
No, it's Will Sheeds, his name on the Discord.
He needs to change that straight away to Braveheart.
So Babby's down into 25th after that spin at Aqua Minerale incident. So his Aston's probably got a bit of damage on it as well, if we're being fair, as he goes wide and nearly takes off. He's going to close the door here on Gorowski. This is a horrible corner. You just don't quite know if the other car's going to go wide or really force you to work your way around it, and he has to there.
Tell you what, this track, you know what it really reminds me of? It reminds me of the Eastern Creek International Kart track. It is such a momentum circuit, and you have one little mid-corner error, it disrupts your momentum for the next section of the circuit until you get to the next braking zone. So, and it is very much like Imola, a risky place to make a passing manoeuvre, because all the braking zones are hard braking.
Good old karting. It's got 333 around at the last. Rivatsa, second one. I've seen a lot of cars go 2-3 wide through Tosa in the past. None have all ended well. Alright, let's just go to the front. Benny Floyd. Ooh, this is really closing up. 20 minutes in this race.
Yeah, Lammy's closed that gap down. It was over a second initially, but now it's about half a second. Scout just died. Oh no.
Oh no.
He's dropped down to 19.
Goat was the 333 cars looking at on the map. We'll suss that out in a second. But yeah, these Astons going great guns. In saying that though, Kyrud and the Sneakers haven't dropped back too far at all. 2.3 seconds is not much at all in a long race.
It's not much in any race really. Any mistake from these guys, like if Lamb makes a bit of an error or going for a move, these two gentlemen here, Corridin and Sonicus, they will be there to pick up the pieces. So may even be in Jean-Pierre's best interest just to try and work with Corridin to close the gap. They lost half a second in that first sector, so
maybe just defending, I think.
Yeah, battling away is not going to help either of these two guys. So for Sonicus, I don't know if he's got the headlights on, maybe just switch them off and maybe back off the back of this BMW and just try and work together to close up on the back of Lamb and Floyd. Another thing that's going to play into this race is lap traffic, and Floyd and Lamb are coming up on lap traffic now.
It doesn't take long, does it?
No, it doesn't. The field has started to spread out a little bit. But the first car that they will be catching is the 422, so hopefully blue flags are coming out.
Wow.
Those guys. But, oh, Ian Chandler. That's not ideal.
That's a lot of damage!
You might need a little bit more than just cable ties and duct tape to fix that up.
I hope you got a blockbuster in the garage, because that needs to be hit. I hope you got actually big skip bin. That thing's rules.
You know what? That's actually an improvement on the looks of it.
Stop. Tell you what, it's changed the aero. It's probably opened it right up. That engine's nice and cool now. Probably can't see diddly, but...
No, you can see fine.
I'm just looking at the steering. Normally with these types of incidents, the steering just goes. And you get that dreaded orange and black flag, but I don't see it being waved. So play on for this poor stricken Beamer.
I
Some
wonder
would
if
say improved.
Ian's gonna, yeah, me. I wonder if Ian's gonna soldier on with that or dive into pit lane. It's very early in the race for a pit stop.
He's going to need to go down to some panel beater. Don't worry about the pit lane. Just get the exit road to this circuit. Find the nearest Italian panel beater, and we'll just go to a crusher.
Just go to Super Cheap, get some duct tape, she'll be fine.
Yeah, look, that's very valid. Super cheap and duct tape is a good combination. Let's go for
Even just get some Loctite and glue it together. She'll be right.
What do you reckon, chap? Was that the damage and improvement to the car? Visual glitch seems fine.
Yeah, can't see a difference.
Well, that's the funny thing, because that actually is true, because sometimes cars go into the pits and get fixed, but we don't actually see the repairs being done, or when they come back out. Because that amount of damage, that steering looks perfect. So, yeah, I'm probably going to agree that the damage you see isn't what he's seeing.
Well, the easiest way would be to see if Chandler has actually been in pit lane, because that little number 3 in the orange would be number 2, wouldn't it?
Unless he teleported to the pits. But what I'll do is I will check that in a second. I just want to see what happens here. This is a very tight battle.
No, you can just sense something is happening. The stamps are being licked.
G'day, Melissa. Hope you're doing all right over there, legend. Not great times for you. Hope you're well. I hope you're doing a lot better than this car.
And Chandler, yeah, he has been in pit lane. There you go, along with Lachlan Collins. So perhaps the way that car is handling.
Glitch.
Yeah. Oh, good call there, Sam. On board now with Shady Samuel. Hopefully we're not going to see anything shady from Shady.
I've got the weirdest thing to show you. Weirdest replay. I'm just trying to find another incident, and I just spotted this. Look to the left. What do you see? This is the formation. This is on the grid.
That is...
Wait. What is going on?
That's just the stadium truck setup. That I don't see what the problem is. What do they call that? The California stance, or
Yeah, something like that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't see the problem with AMG with the stadium truck setup. That's fine.
There's 3-3.
Meanwhile, we're waiting for the next replay to come up. We're watching this battle. We got Shady Samuel. Just ahead of him is Fowler, McLean, and Steenkamp. These guys are in very close battle as Samuel up the inside. That he made that look easy, and that is not an easy place to make a passing move stick. So well done to Shady. Certainly caught Fowler napping into the Rivazza. And Now, next man on Samuel's target list will be McLean, just ahead in the 737 Aston.
I found triples threes. This is quite wow. That Lexus, wow.
Oh,
He's done very well, to be honest, to get out of that. Big mistakes were made.
Is that the mistake that caught out Blair?
No, that was just something that was in the background. So I'm not quite sure if there was contact or he hit the apex, but it looks like he's got on the inside here of Nichols. Is there contact at Tosa? I was saying about too wide here. Oh, he's just gone deep, and yeah, self spin.
So he's just grabbed a front brake going into Tosa. Gosh.
It is an interesting corner name, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was looking at it a little bit earlier going, you know what, that sounds like Tosa.
Just missing a few A's and a few B's, I think. A few S's, sorry, and a few B's. Just missing, I'm just missing.
Could be missing beers.
Fucking dictionary. Who's that? Is that a blue flag? That is blue flag. Is that the car?
That is Ian Chandler.
Still cooked.
This is the Ian Chandler. I don't know how many Ian Chandlers there are in the world, but that would be another Canberra local. He actually runs around at the local hill climb in a GR Yaris. Tell you what, have you ever seen one of the GR Yarises?
Can't say I have, and now I'm intrigued.
They are scary quick. They are, I'm not joking, they are scary quick. I'm pretty sure they're all-wheel drive and turbocharged, and that thing flies around the local hill climb circuit here in Canberra pretty damn rapidly. And Ian definitely knows how to throw it around that little circuit.
Have to suss it out if it is him. There's a very big chance. I know it's his first OOR race. I know he's from Australia. So if you watch his back end, show us your car.
Definitely be watching with bated breath on the Discord, otherwise I'm going to look like a bit of an idiot then.
Yeah. He actually
how
races gets.
Races he gets. Close enough. Could be worse, could be a Honda Fit.
Or a Nissan Cube. Ooh, Honda goes wide. There's a spot there too. Sam Nissan. I'm just going to call him Sam Nissan. Save a few words.
Works for me. That was perfect driving from Nissan. Just put the pressure on Ty there and gets an easy position just through the mistake.
So, half an hour nearly gone. The gap for the lead, less than 2/10. This is what we come to see. The gap extended a little bit there to P3, but Sneakers is right on his heels still. So these pit stops are going to be very important. They're going to come out into traffic. They're going to nail their entries. So with this type of event, you're looking at average pit window of about 45 minutes if you did the stints all balanced, which is in about 15 minutes time. Are we going to see an early stopper or someone go long? I like to go long if I'm got space ahead of me to run into. But it's also very hard to gauge if you're going to come into traffic, especially on this game with so many cars. F1's a bit easier.
Well, I think looking at the track map, there is no free space. So pitting, no matter where you pit, you're going to come out in traffic, I think. So the undercut will not work very well here tonight. But in saying that, we've got a few people in pit lane already. So we'll see what happens.
420, 422, sponsored by Repco tonight, and Chandler. Speaking of panel beaters, I had a carport break and landed my car the other day. Nearly needs a full respray.
Ooh, that wasn't the stage here, was it?
It was.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was kind of. It hasn't really like damaged panels, as in dented or broken windows or anything like that. It's just sort of like scraped and rubbed on it overnight in the flapping in the wind, and I didn't know because I was asleep. But yeah, What's the worst thing that you guys have happened to your cars that you got insurance job for? Let us know in chat. Have you been T-boned? Have you done barrel roll? Have you struck a kangaroo?
Tell you what, I have been stupidly lucky in my life.
Can you fucking go and touch some wood now? Please? Because I know what's happening when you get in the car next.
Oh, if I get in the car, we'll see if
Ooh, good save
Sneakers.
there, Sneakers.
Oh, tell you what, that was a brown flag moment again. That chicane is a bit of a nightmare with those curbs.
Yeah, it's good save
That will give Ali a bit of a chance there to just settle back into a rhythm. But I do expect Sonicus to be back onto the back of Corridin pretty quickly.
Yeah, so back to your driving, mate. I would take a lucky horseshoe with you because you're going to hit Skippy next time you're out in the car.
Quite possibly. We are in Canberra and we have too many kangaroos here. No, I've been stupidly lucky. I've been almost involved in accidents. I've had just so much luck with my cars. My brother, not so lucky. He has had shopping trolleys pushed in front of his car while he's doing 80 km per hour. He's had a Land Cruiser park in the back of his car at about 40 or 60 kilometers per hour. Hit him so hard it actually folded the car a little bit in half. Chris has had no luck with cars. But me, I've absolutely had good luck with cars. The worst I've done is I crashed a motorbike when I was still learning to ride, and yeah, it was a bit embarrassing. But plus side, I taught myself how to ride motorbikes properly after that.
Yeah. Lucky you weren't too badly hurt.
No, it was a low side, so just going around a circle, not really understanding the full physics of motorbikes and how to actually ride properly, thinking I'm a hero, and just lost the... How'd it go? Because it was a very long crash. So I lost the front, lost the rear at the same time, tried to save it, realised I wasn't going to save it, just let it go. Bike went sliding down the road and I was okay.
Yeah, it's always what you hit. It's scary being on a bike. What else have we got in chat? McLaren doesn't have a ballast hit. There's no ballast on this series. So we just want to see, have a crack, go for it. Pick a car what you want to drive and just drive it. If you get 30 in the same car, whatever. Sprint series will be different. We could do the ballast there because it's shorter races. It does make a little bit more difference. Never got into crash damage on my car, but let's see how many speeding tickets I got. Melissa's saying. Another funny thing is my girlfriend has had more speeding tickets than me since we've been together. I've had 0 to her 2 or 3. And she's not a speeder. She's just... I'm the one that's a hoon. I don't know, she's just the unluckiest human alive.
Again, I've been stupidly lucky with speed tickets because I come around a corner and I see a mobile speed camera. I look down, I'm doing like 90 and an 80 zone. Right. And I'm still waiting for the fines today. That was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, that's crazy. It's just funny how it works like that. But yeah, don't speed unless you can. But then just don't get caught.
Do it at a racetrack. That's the best thing to do.
Yep. What else have we got in chat about things? Crap. Only thing I've managed to do in reverse is reverse into a small pole, too low to see in rear view mirror, and was in a car park bay. Yeah, that's a pretty popular, common one. If you're playing Crash Bingo, the old car park poles. I don't know if it'll have as much damage as this car. Look at it. Is it fixed? No, he's... What's he hitting the car park? the shop front. Or he's hit a Volvo. I reckon he's hit a Volvo.
I think he's just been actively remodelling that car.
We'll keep you updated on it. What else we got in chat here? can max out my rig with that money? Well, that's a lot. I don't know what a fine would be in another country. Down here, it's pretty exy. Dieball says, not insurance, but I dropped my bike on an oil slick just for one of those long cement speed bumps. All I said at night was sparks. Oh, you guys that ride motorbikes are just absolute nutters. Absolute nutters. I've driven a four-wheeler a little bit now. They're crazy. They're scary and dangerous, but I've never been on a two-wheeler on a road. Never. I wouldn't mind just trying it.
It's a weird experience when you first ride a motorbike on public road. You feel very exposed.
Oh, I reckon.
Yeah. You have nothing else around you. But I basically stopped riding motorbikes on the road because I got into track days.
Yep.
I was like,
yep.
Yeah, well, that's a good reason. Yeah, you're doing 260 kilometres per hour or something down Main Street, Eastern Creek, and you do that instinctive look at the rear vision mirrors and realise, oh wait, I don't have rear vision mirrors, and you're just like, this is nice, as we have a big slide there from Nichols. He is under a lot of pressure here from Bub now.
That would have been impressive at a track day there by Nichols. Getting the old Bentley sideways through Aqua Mineral, eh? He's just starting to find to come to grips with that car. He's doing his practice now during the race. But yeah, as you said, track days are great. If you really want to just get it out of your system, go for a squirt. I wish we had more skid pans down here in Tassie. It's just there's none really. Yeah, unless you book a whole thing, but
yeah, it would be really nice to see governments around Australia get behind skid pans.
Oh, you can, exactly. You can learn how to handle things. Like,
yeah, well, that was the thing. It would actually teach people how to drive, but it's more important to teach people how to reverse parallel park parallel.
Mate, I'm 100%. They should even teach some of this shit in schools. With simulators and all that stuff these days, there's such a big opportunity to educate. Reverse parking, yeah, you learn, but that's not the type of common car control that you need to survive things that crop up. Like,
no.
Yeah.
Well, I like looking at Finland's driving courses. They basically just churn out mini rally car drivers.
Yep.
Their learner course is like 5 years long. They really teach kids how to drive over there.
Yep.
And it's obviously working. They have a much lower road toll than Australia per
just
capita.
Exposed to so many more conditions and scenarios.
Well, when you think about it, it's not that different to Australian conditions. Like, they've got trees right on the side of the roads. We also have that. We have unsealed roads. Finland has a lot of unsealed roads. Lots of rises and falls. A lot of that in Australia too. The conditions are so similar, and it's one of my pet peeves that we don't copy Finland, but obviously it just takes too much effort.
Governments, eh?
Yep.
Yeah, driving's probably one of the things in life that I always look forward to doing, and it's relaxing, and it gets you out of the house, and you're in your own car with your own thoughts, with the music cranked. And if you love driving, you're always going to come across a situation or a scenario where there's something's happened in front of you, or some dickhead's around, and how to handle those situations. You don't get taught. You just don't, unless you're around the right people.
It's also one of those things that's very hard to teach. Like, if someone was to ask me to teach someone how to drive and race, I wouldn't be able to do it because I've raced for that long.
It's very instinctual.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if you asked me 25 years ago, I'd probably be able to teach you a little bit because I was still in that phase where I was thinking really hard about what I was doing. Now it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm just throwing the car around.
I'd be worse than Kimi Räikkönen in that with that reporter. No, just drive.
Gloves, give them to me. I'm gonna miss Kimi this year.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss him too.
Gloves,
He's managing motocross team now. That's good for him.
Oh mate, he can do whatever he wants with all that coin. All that, he can just buy, I don't know, Peter's ice cream or whatever it is. He'll love it.
Just get sponsored by him, then he doesn't have to buy it.
That's true. So
Just me, or does the Audi look like it's laughing? It doesn't know something we don't.
the Audi.
What Audi? I haven't seen any Audis.
There was.
It still doesn't match the MX-5 though. That is the happiest little car in the world.
I don't think there's an Audi out there, to be honest.
No, I'm actually really surprised of the absolute lack of Audis out there.
Mate, you wait till this new Evo is coming out. You know how there's Audi Tings? Well, it's going to be Audi wings. I'm not sure if you've seen the latest Audi, but the wing on it's massive. It's Bushtold's Porsche has seen better days as he lets blue flag cars through. He's done that pretty well. Very considerate. Go on board with Stephen Tye. It's great to see Honda out there. Make Honda great again. I hate Honda. I don't know what it is about the brand, but I'm just not a fan of their cars.
They are a bit grandma cars.
And
I'll
then,
tell you what.
and then I've got brothers that like love cars as well, and they're always raving about how good a Honda engine is. But I just wouldn't buy a car from Honda unless it was an NSX.
I think VTEC very overrated in race situations. Like, literally, VTEC is only useful on the road because then you get that fuel economy and power down low on the RPM. So VTEC is not that great. Like you look at any on-board video with a Honda, and if they have any data overlay with the VTEC marker, the VTEC like barely comes on because they're over that 5.5, 6,000 RPM point for the majority of the lap. So VTEC is basically useless in a race situation. But, it's a good meme.
I better say, it's a great meme and it's used quite often. And
Rockets Evolved,
quite funny like that.
VTEC addiction, you know, good names out of it.
Speaking of nights to remember, Babby unfortunately has got 40 seconds of penalties down into P21.
Oh,
Babby is an absolute legend in OOR, and he's done some great things with the rookies. He's very experienced, got a lot of knowledge, and this is just proof that sometimes those nights happen, and it could happen to anyone. But
well, those are the sort of situations that you can use in the rookie series to say, okay, see what I did there? Don't do that.
Don't do that. And I know Babby he'll tough it out. He'll get to his stint, as we'd better see that pit window probably open with nearly 45 minutes into the race, and that's a nice. Geez, they take a lot of curbing there. I don't know if that's close to a cut, but someone in the background's gone wide. But yeah, it happens to anyone. Paddy Oliver's gained another spot, so he's P9, P2 in class. But I'm going to say P1 in class because Misson should be pro, and I'm not quite sure why they didn't update.
Well, we'll see what happens in the pit stops, what happens to the 111, because there's obviously a reason why the 111 started so far back.
Yeah, it's one of those qualies. Let's get back to chat. Jan says she's had a car written off 3 times. Semi-changed lanes on a freeway. 4th car came through red and hit. Waiting amongst stop cars, hit from rear into cuff. Wow, that is an incident and a half. Holy smokes, were you okay after that? That is pretty full on. Mel's saying that she's got a bike, but in Siberia it's only 4 months a year with no snow, so she's thinking of selling it. Sell it and pay those speeding fines.
Well, it depends on what sort of motorbike it is. Like if it's like a Yamaha R1, yeah, probably not the best purchase in the snow. But if it's like a dirt bike, just put some nails in the tyres, you'll be right. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, it works. Yeah, whiplash. Whiplash is horrible. Not good. You get a really good damage with that. Neck pain's a horrible thing. The reason we don't have the finish system is because police, politicians and accident research are funded from fines or bad driving.
I think you can probably eliminate 2 of those things and the only thing left would be politicians. That'd be more accurate.
It's just kind of what you want to prioritise really with the government, with the whole tax funding and stuff. But
oh yeah. Everything else, nah, just pay the politicians. Yeah.
A lot of corruption in Australia at the moment.
I'm not a fan of politicians. I'm not sure if anyone is picking up on that.
We won't go into it too much, but did you watch Friendly? You watch Friendly Geordies?
I do not.
Okay, you should check that out. And just check it out. That's all I'll say because it's pretty political. He susses out. Yeah, they do good research and reporting, more than what the actual proper news agencies do, because it's all what the government wants to see. Wow, what's going on here? This is a car park. This is where Deckers is going to bid it into a pole. No, they've actually sorted that out all right.
Pit lane, by the way. Lamb is in pit lane. So early pit stop for Lamb. He's obviously going for the undercut. We'll see where he comes out at the completion of his pit stop. He's just trundling out of pit lane now.
Right, we'll keep
he
an eye
might
on that.
actually come out in clear track. A little bit of clear track, not a lot, but a little bit.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's more congestion over here. Look at this spot. This is throw a blanket over about 20 cars. It's a big blanket, but you can throw one over it. All right, we'll say Floydie and Kai Rudin follow suit. That's a punt.
In the background there, yeah, the Nissan and the Lexus as well getting pretty close. Nissan unfortunately turning around Herbert. I think first mistake there from Sam that I've seen anyway.
Yeah, just into the back of him, but too deep under brakes. It's unfortunate for Herbert. We'll keep an eye. So there we go. Floyd, Kyrun, Senekis. They've all followed suit. Lamb was the first to pit in car 3. We'll keep an eye on where they are. So,
well, crucially for
in the car
Lamb,
now.
for the number 3, he has come out with clear track in front of him. So this first lap from him had better be a flyer. He will make up a lot of time on his opponents.
The No Idea team's been very impressive so far in 2022. I think they finished top 3 at Bathurst 12 Hour. Absolutely flying along. So there we go. 97 and co have left their pit box. Where will 3 end up? Still waiting. Look at them all.
Coming out of pit lane now, I think they've done just enough. Here comes number 3 now, though. He's going to be at full race pace. Sonicus has actually leapfrogged. Well, the Lexus has actually leapfrogged the BMW. So, yeah, good stop.
If anything, the guys in P3, P4 have made some decent ground on these leaders. Because that's the front 4 right there. That's Fowler. It's not... Oh, actually...
Well, it is for position.
Wow! Oh, he hasn't pitted.
He hasn't pitted, but it is for position nonetheless.
So he can fight. Well,
our provisional, once everything corrects itself, our top 4, throw a blanket over them. That's what we want to see.
Yep, 2 more stints to go, or 2 more pit stops to go. Right, whilst we're talking about cars and stuff, how's everyone's fuel prices going? Because I looked at it today and I'm like, I'm selling my car or I'm using my scooter. Seriously, it's like $2.50 or something for 98, and that's the litre!
Oh no!
The litre has been binned. I think that is by Brits. Corey Sweet will be absolutely spitting chips. Paul Britt's waiting, and that's a pretty ominous sign that he has caused that collision. So the leader's changed in this race.
Well, what did I say a little bit earlier, that if the 2 leaders get stuck into each other, our leaders, Sonicus and the 632 BMW, are looking quite pretty to take advantage, and they have done just that.
Yep.
Tell you what, Sonicus did a really good job picking his way through that carnage. We'll wait and see if Sweet and Britt can fight back from that. That was really unfortunate for our 2 leaders, but that comes a little bit part and parcel of racing, doesn't it?
Oh, you're not wrong. There's nothing malicious in there. It's just the mistakes are made, and yeah, it's unfortunate. So not only has Corey Sweet and Co. dropped down to P3 provisionally, the guys in P2 are probably going to pick up a penalty and have moved their way down to P4. But still 2 hours, 10 minutes to go. Anything could happen.
Oh, absolutely. We all said that for about 4 hours straight with about this 12 hour. It's not over until the checkered flag's over. It doesn't matter if it's 30 minutes left or 5 minutes left. You got to make it to the checkered flag first.
Yep, and let's watch a replay of what happened between these two teams. The car 3, car 97, heading down into Alta.
Oh, I think
Just
we're
a
going
bit
to see
deep.
sand.
Yeah,
Oh no,
there's not much
I
in it.
missed.
But he's sent him around.
Wonder if he was maybe a little bit distracted, like playing around with TC or ABS. Maybe just looked up and went, "Oh, my braking marker was about 10 metres back that way."
Yeah, that's all it could be. Just a few metres going a bit too late, and you got your aero sort of taken away from you a little bit because you're really close to the car ahead. I've seen that all too often, but hopefully these front 4 can all bunch up again. What's the gap here between 632 and 97? There you go, 2.8 seconds. Does that bring anyone else into play? Because there's got a few cars yet to pit. Someone did say in chat, Lexus 1, 2, 3. I just don't see that happen. I don't think there's enough Lexuses near the top. Yeah, but it could be number 1. You never know. It's a 4-horse race at the moment.
Well, it could be 1, 1 and 1 across all 3 classes.
That's very true.
We have got Viney, the top-ranked Lexus in Pro-Am. He's sitting down there in 16th. Scott in the Nissan, the 111 Nissan, has picked up a 25-second penalty. Now that would be for that contact there, a little bit earlier in the race.
I reckon there was 2 incidents in that one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, don't set it now. He's getting past the blue flag car. Good heads-up driving there by Ray Rischio.
Oh, okay. So the number 3 Aston, they had a bit of a problem in pit lane. They lost a few seconds. So the undercut definitely could have worked there for the number 3. Thanks info there, Matthew Lamb.
It's really hard to gauge it watching it from our view. Yeah, thanks for that, Matty.
It is so hard in ACC if you just don't get the car in the right spot. And they have expanded that sweet spot though, as the gate has been updated. But if you don't get it quite right, you lose a few little seconds just on getting the car up in the air.
Yep. And track position is just so important in these cars. This track, there's a few overtaken opportunities, but other tracks, it's just, it's pain personified. As this looks painful, look at these battlers. So there's a couple of different battles here.
We have 2 lap cars in there.
Yeah, and they're fighting each other.
Well, this is what we tune in to see. I think that's Taniak, I think I saw. That's a name I'm a little bit familiar with. So we see the McLaren drive off the track.
That's one way to do blue flags.
Yeah, no need to do that.
Roger.
Meanwhile, we're on board with Charles Clark as he's on the back of Josh Whitbread. And Whitbread is going to make him go the long way around, although the Nissan's got the legs down the straight. I don't expect the Bentley to yeet it around the outside here. He still tried it though, so hats off to Charles Clark there. But he's going to be vulnerable now to Scan? No. Pickford in the 777.
Oh, what a move! Charlie Clark.
Picked that nicely. Now that's the 218. That's the car that Clark is sharing with Lachlan Nichols. They're a little bit out of position.
Damn right.
Everyone wants to take that team name a little bit to heart there. Relaxed Motorsport.
Yeah, it's as you were saying before about you kind of get that the red mist, the white line fever out in the track. Sometimes you just got to take a couple of deep breaths and remember that, because a lot of people don't drive better when they're stressing out. You just got to relax. But it's definitely easier said than done, especially if you're involved in an incident yourself. But if you've been sim racing before, you know these things happen, and they're going to keep happening. That's why people crash in real life driving racing. Speaking of real life racing, who's looking forward to the F1 season starting real soon? When is race 1? Is it next weekend or the weekend after?
I would say it wouldn't be too far away because they are in Bahrain testing. Let me just quickly Google that for you.
And the GP coming back to Australia for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see the Formula Ones back in Australia. You see Corey Sweet, he's getting onto the back of McInnes there. McInnes ran a little bit deep into Razza.
He's just
Sweet.
falling off the back a bit.
So he's got the slipstream. He should be able to make this easy, I think. He'll be side by side well before the braking zone, even though it's going to be the long way around. And McInnes doing the smart thing, just filing in behind Sweet there. So we'll wait and see if McInnes can go with Sweet as they try to chase down Sonicus in the Lexus. So Suma there, 18th to 20th.
Oh, so it is next weekend. Hell yeah.
Okay, so yeah, exciting times, especially new set of regulations. It's going to be interesting to see where all the teams end up.
I don't even think round 1 or 2 is going to have really much of an indication of where teams are at, because so much will change so quickly. We just saw from the 2 testing sessions that where the teams are at with their changes. Let's see how the budget cap works a little bit better this year. And what are your thoughts on Magnussen returning to Haas? I think
that is brilliant. I think that is absolutely brilliant. I'm going to be a little bit controversial here. I'm going to say it's a huge shame that Mazepin lost his seat in the circumstances that he did. I would have preferred that he lost his seat because he's a bad driver.
Yeah, I don't like the way it was kind of handled publicly. I can see the reasonings for what they had to do with the pressures with the other sponsors of Haas giving Haas. They didn't want to be associated with certain things. I'm like, that's fair, but finding out via a press release that you're no longer in the team, a bit of a stab.
Here we go.
Always nice.
Britt and McInnes, they're battling away. They're still side by side. They actually bang door handles there. McInnes is making this BMW a little bit wide for Britt.
Making him earn it.
I think Britt will try and set him up here for Tosa. A little bit too far away this time, though. He'll keep that pressure on, though. The blowtorch is definitely on the back of the BMW now.
I also feel with Mazepin that his PR team isn't doing him any favours. Some of the wordings for the releases regarding this whole horrible war in Ukraine is just reeks of self-importance still. Even though he's probably not trying to come across that way, I just think, the wording hasn't been great. At the end of the day, this isn't about him, this isn't about you, this is not about anyone in the F1. It's just about the whole world having to deal with a really shitty situation. Unprecedented, I'd say. It's been a very interesting 3 or 4 years. We've seen some things just once in a lifetime things.
I just want the world to take a chill pill. That's all I want. Let's just go racing, everyone. Come on. Forget everything. We'll go to the track. Let's go.
Then go to the pub and have a bevo.
Why not go to the pub at the track?
Win-win.
Yeah. happens in that situation. Anyway, Pickford on the back of... Oh, hang on, give me a second. I'll have a go at this name.
Ooh, that's a good
Devon
one.
Negraya.
That's
I got
not
that
bad.
right.
That's not bad. That's worth at least one beverage.
Are we still going to race in ATR? I have no idea what ATR is.
Yes, I am not sure either.
Anyway, let's focus on this battle here. Simon Scanlon, he's on the back of Pickford as well, so Pickford's in a very interesting situation here. Like, he wants to have a go at Devon Negraya, but he's got to be mindful of Scanlon right behind him. And Simon Scanlon is not a slouch driver. He's pretty competent behind the wheel.
There's a look. The door's left wide open there. You should get this work done on the brakes. Tuck in. Nicely done. Mr. Pickford.
Oh, it's a little bit of improvement on the front of that BMW too.
He's about to lose another spot here. Sim Centre E-Racing making their first OOR race. Great to see you guys here. You may also need a panel beater. I know a bloke that has the exact same car that needs one as well. Maybe you can rendezvous with them. Let's just do an update on Chandler's car. There it is, still munted. Oh, got to taking my hats off to him. Because, okay, so if you're just watching and tuning in, or we think this is a visual glitch, we do believe that the damage has been fixed, but on our spectator side of things, it just hasn't updated. Because that looked like it would be a handful.
Can we have a look at the last time that Ian has done?
Last lap was a 44.2, best lap of 43 flats. It's not too shabby. The cars behind are doing 44.5, 44.9, 46.8.
Yeah, so he's stuck in a bit of traffic there. The Lexus in front, I don't think he is racing that Lexus in front of him.
Oh, that's it.
And well, back into that. Okay, so we now have our leader here.
Big stint. Going along early. Sathya. Gayatri Sim Racing there.
I don't know that it's a good idea to have this long stint so early in the race. Unless they're sort of banking on a late race safety car, perhaps. But really rolling the dice.
It's playing long odds, I'll tell you that much. One of those safety cars. Yeah, you're going to have to hit us up in the PayPal, I think. But maybe he's waiting on his teammate. Maybe there's an issue there with the second driver trying to join, or because obviously there are a couple of delays that we had. I can't remember if it was one of the ones in chat that were talking about that. Still doable. Still got the hour mark, but 2 hours to get 2 more stops, or 3 stops done. Lots of pit activity towards the end of this race. Van Vliet.
Van Vliet, another very capable driver out there tonight in the Worn Tyre Tribe, one of the many Worn Tyre Tribe drivers out there. He's on the back of Lee in the Honda.
Three Astons in the top 10. Is that the only car, P1, that hasn't done the stop? No, I take that back. So actually,
Devon Negraya hasn't made a pit stop either, and neither has Josh Whitbread. So a couple of guys going long.
Hello in the UK there to Ziltoid. Welcome. Great to see you dropping in. Hope everything's going well over there for you. Top of the morning to you. No, that's Ireland.
No, it's okay, Ziltoid. Right. He'll have a coffee in his hand. It's all good.
Coffee or tea?
No, definitely be coffee, judging by that name.
Do you know them, or am I missing the what Ziltoid
means?
Okay,
there is a joke. So Ziltoid is it's an album by Devon Townsend. Ziltoid the Omniscient. Basically, concept album about a alien that invades Earth for a cup of coffee.
Sounds like my type of alien, unless he's taking my cup.
It is a hilarious album, and everyone should listen to it. So Hamish Scott, unfortunately he's bearing the sins of his co-driver there with the 25-second penalty. He's currently second in Pro-Am, chasing down Fluke in the 616 Lamborghini. And trying to flee from Malloy in the number 5 BMW. Pigeon chat there. Friggin' blue flags, just lost over a second because people don't move.
Pedro, know what I'm going to say back. Welcome to sim racing.
Welcome to racing.
Yeah.
There we go, Zeltoid. There you go. There it is. Now fetch me your finest cup of coffee. Black. And will I have 5 Earth minutes?
Oh, there we go. How do you have your coffee?
I actually have
in the cup.
I actually have a
I don't know what.
Audi coffee machine. But it's not like the El Cheapo one that's like $99. This one's about $400. And it comes pre-programmed with all these different coffees, so...
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
fancy pants.
Yeah, right. Right, I mean...
Does your lovebird drink coffee?
No, but he does try to bath in my wheat bix, which is rather annoying.
That's an interesting strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't really work out that well.
No.
No.
I got a golden retriever that would eat anything. So you don't feed him much because... good old Goldies.
Yeah, best dogs in... Well, second best. German Shepherds for me.
Yeah. It's kind of what you grow up with, I guess, as well. I've always been around Goldies. He's a funny
that's
man.
true.
What did I say today? No, can't remember. I lost it. Battles on the track. This is probably only real close one in that top bracket. You can see the gap starting to extend there from the leaders. Sweet is hunting down Seneca, so.
These two guys, they're actually catching Weatherburn. I mean, if I was Belay...
He's made that a gap exist.
Tell you what, great awareness from Lee there. He just gave that, just opened up the steering after Van Belay centred up the inside. I was about to say it might be in Van Belay's best interest to work with Lee because they were closing in on the back of Weatherburn ahead in the 329 Mercedes. And last thing you want to do when you're catching someone is to start battling away. But Van Belay, very opportunistic going into Tozer. But great awareness from Aaron as well. Very easy just to keep turning in. I suppose it depends on what he's racing with too. Is this single, triple or VR?
It's hard to say. What does everyone race on at the moment? Oh, hang on. Let's just wait a sec. That's an interesting line. That's an interesting line through there. Liam Collins, 2 blokes, 1 Aston, 1 sandpit. Like delivery, but your aero might be cooked with all that sand. It's oh, here we go. He's pitted from the lead. Oh, here we go. They're going to fight back against Van Vliet. Look at both Rockets cars into the top 10. 111 and 112. As Bushel picks up a 10-second penalty. And as we can see, car 3 picked up a 10-second penalty for their collision with the leader several laps ago. So as you can look at the front, Seneca's 3.2 seconds gap.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Sweet hasn't really made a huge dent in that.
This is the traffic's playing a bit of a part here. Nice little train forming here though. Look at this.
I'd love to see it. That is that's stretching from 15th down to 19th. So We have a nice little train forming here. Actually, we could probably extend that to 14th. Viney's just a little over a second in front of Riskio.
Another thing I just want to point out is Matty Powell, rookie admin, one of our stewards as well, doing fantastic job. Love his work. He's racing for the first time, I think, in 6 to 9 months. Got a new rig, managed to finally set it all up. It's great to see you out there, Matty, and all of us in OOR. I want to thank you for your work. Now, definitely don't cause an incident, because you get triple bonus points.
No, he's got him in. He knows all the stewards. There's beers with them.
I don't think he pays enough, though.
No,
But this is a great battle. Viney's just got past Riskio.
Riskio's been closing in on the back of Vine.
Oh,
So here we go into Reversa. Viney a little bit untidy on the entry. We just saw that little wobble as he picked up the brakes. Clark in the 218.
He's looking pacey, isn't he?
Yeah. They're definitely out of position, so they've had a terrible pit stop. And yeah, so they should definitely be within the top 10. That's my thoughts. So you just, again, I said this a little bit earlier, Imola is so difficult to make a pass on. So I'll say that.
That's the one way to make a pass.
Oh, that ended up being very easy for Powell and Clark as they tip it into the second chicane.
As you were saying before, the momentum, it's a very momentum track. Scrubbed off all that momentum in the gravel and loses 2 positions and now under pressure from
Pickford and Scanlon. Yeah.
Yeah, Kovac strain. Kovac strain. Is that to do with like constipation or what's going on there, Kovacs?
I think some things are better left unanswered.
I want answers. Prune juice. Prune juice. I hear. I hear. I'm not speaking from experience. Well, licorice, as that's a 222 car. Mitchy Weatherburn, sloppy seconds. Not making a great debut, but you've been very unlucky today. Get it out of the way early. That's the car I'll be in for round 2. Just smashing it up for me. Love to see it. And this train is closing in even more. Matt, there's got to be a Barney here. There's got to be.
I think it's pretty well guaranteed. But
Sports
who's
bet?
going to come unstuck?
Paying $1.10.
Ooh.
I don't know.
I'm more inclined with the back 3 are going to get involved in an accident. 'Cause I think Riskio, he's maybe a little bit unsettled. Like he made that mistake right here a lap ago. He'll be desperate to try and make up for it. And obviously, the more you try and make up for a mistake, the more likely you're going to make another mistake. As we see, dust being kicked up ahead. Here we go, Clark looking for the send into Tozer. And Powell giving the room. This will give Viney a bit of a chance to get away and have a bit of a breather. Just behind Clark and Powell, Riskio and Pickford. Pickford just not far enough past the B pillar there. That Lexus is not looking happy behind Powell.
Yeah, if I was going to predict a corner where these group of drivers come together, it's definitely Aqua Minerale.
I'm more inclined to go with Reversa.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, we have a car around. That's a Lexus. Oh!
Lucas Sott, he's not in this battle, but he wanted to play the game with us.
Now keep in mind, this braking zone into Reversa, it's downhill, very easy to outbrake yourself, so if anything's going to happen, it's probably going to happen there.
Especially if there's a sloppy exit out of Alta and they could have bunch up and go too wide.
Oh, you know someone's going to try and make it 3 wide.
Why make it 3 wide when you can make it 4 wide?
Hey, now we're thinking. Can we get 5?
Can we get Kyle Army things? There's one track where I've seen 5 wide somehow work once because the track is so wide. Turn 1 and 2. Well, there's Spin Kings. Bang! Here we go. Thank you for playing. Sportsbet paying out $1.10. Pow, I think he just lost the rears a little bit and then just was sent on his way.
Just pushed a little bit too hard. Those sausage curbs can be a bit brutal if you get the angle a little bit wrong. And I think you'll find that's probably what sent around the Mercedes.
Do we think that this car 97 has a little bit of rear aero damage, which is costing a bit of time because they're not really making any gains on the Lexus? I'm not saying that the Lexus is slower, but I just don't think they're going full beans at what they could potentially do.
We have a yellow flag out there.
Never mind. There's I thought that was the leader. Oh, I thought that was the leader. It's the exact same car. Oh, no, it's not. I'll take that back. Fucking Lexus. Get the license for the Lexus already. Paint the bloody things. Is that the three-way battle?
Probably say for the case of Corey Sweet there, he's coming under a bit of pressure from Paul Britt. So maybe that's slowing him down. He's maybe just paying a little bit more attention to the rear vision mirror.
Oh,
he hasn't really
Snapdragon! Thomas Malone, Bunsen Burners. Speaking of Bunsen Burners, he's absolutely cooked that corner. Oh, what a snap.
So easy to do at that corner.
Isn't it ever? Not a great feeling when it happens either.
No.
Matty Lamb saying that he met Mr. Pow today. Was he a good bloke? Because he seemed like a great bloke. It was a good purchase picking up that rig of yours. Good price. Firm handshakes all around. So Kovacs Pixel Races. He's teamed up with Callum Gibbons and Jacob Weatherburn. Exiting P5. Chasing down the Warren Tyre Tribe of Van Vliet and Regan Herbert. Is it Regan Herbert? No, it's not. Isn't it?
Marcus Van Vliet.
What's his teammate though? Shit. It is Regan Herbert.
Yeah.
I thought he was in RRS Motorsport.
Tack Grant, tyres going off. I would assume that would be for Corey Sweet, but that'd be more affecting the Lexus, I would think. In fact, he's actually got that gap down to within 3 seconds, so we may have spoken too soon about Corey. He's starting to close in and hunt down John Sonicus.
Yeah, I do think the blue flag's just getting through the traffic's holding them up a little bit in patches. So let's go on board with the race leader. So you can see a little bit of traffic ahead. It's quite easy to lose 5-6 tenths in a couple of corners. So right here, that Nissan's had a horrible exit. Hasn't compromised his exit though too badly.
Lexus theoretically shouldn't have any problem getting around the GTR, but don't know who that is in the GTR. That would be the Josh Whitbread GTR.
Whitbread and
Is he part of
Jeffries?
it? Jonathan Jeffries. That has really assisted these.
The Aston just looks at curbs and just says, nah, you do not exist. There is no such thing as curb. You'd be quite surprised that the BMW does actually notice a lot more than the Aston. Aston's just a very good overall package of a race car.
So a question from Tack Grant, is this high wear track a high wear track? Is it abrasive? Good question. I only done one race night here. It was a sprint race, so I can't really tell you.
It's middle of the range, but with this type of event where you're not really pushing your tyres out to that 70-minute stint window, you're doing about 45, you should be fine. And the track temp is quite handy there, 27 degrees, there's cloud cover. It shouldn't be as bad as it could be. I wouldn't say it was like the least tyre wear track or the most tyre wear track. Middle of the range. It just does depend on how you smack those curbs and what car you're in. That's normally the pretty big killer.
As we've learned from the Sprint Series, the Lexus seems to like chewing the tyres up.
2 seconds, Ted. P4, pick up a drive-through penalty, and I can bet your bottom dollar that is for track limits. So that's really unfortunate there, but it won't be the last DT we see today.
Oh God, no! That was uncomfortable.
It wasn't comfortable, but they've made it work. So there we go.
There we go, Valet into pit lane straight away. He's not hanging around with that drive-through.
Oh wow, there's a bit going on here as we find another decent battle. So there's 3 cars involved in this.
Tell you what, Sathya and Pass are doing a really good job in the AM class. They're up to 11th and 12th respectively, and they've just gone past Scott in the 111. We were talking about the 111 earlier in the night with who's his offsider again?
Sam Misson in the Nissan?
That's the one, that's it, yep. Ah, missing, jeez.
This is close.
Missing commentator there.
So let's see what top speed the Nissan can pull. Nissan v Nissan, but no Misson in sight. Had to back right off there. Good decision, good intelligent driving there. There's no point forcing it when you don't have that run. As he, a bit of apex. Putting the bad news, I've just spotted something on my radar that says car 3s have been involved in an incident.
Oh no! And where is that exactly? That is...
Ravazza.
Oh, so that is a likely corner for a mistake. Just wasn't expecting it from Paul Britt.
No, we'll look at that replay in a second to see what's happened. Check it right now. We've got a stand by with Charlie Clark.
Tell you what, this has been a good fight back from the 218. We're just knocking on the door of the top 10 again. So he's on the back of Pass and Scott. And in fact, Pass is just going to sidestep Clark there. Probably a smart decision. You're in the AM class and you've got a pro behind you. Probably not worth fighting if you're going for class honours.
I don't want to watch this replay back, Matt.
No. Sad.
It's not pretty. It isn't self-inflicted.
Oh no. Hey, that's never a good sign.
So obviously a bit of blue flag traffic. He's got past it nicely. Just the Porsche just makes a big mistake on the brakes here. And goes, there's a pull cue! Bang!
No. Oh, that is heartbreaking, but we've still got 1.5 minutes left. And given what we've seen so far, the same thing can happen to any one of the other drivers tonight.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this race, and it's been very interesting. I think Imola, out of the 4 circuits we've got for this series, is probably the most challenging one, wheel to wheel.
Again, it is so hard to make a passing move stick.
Yeah.
Now, which Lexus is actually backing out of it here? God damn these Lexus. Josh Hill, number 24 drive-through for dangerous driving. Now we've got a battle on for the lead. So we could see another bin moment between Sonicus and Sweet. Sam Bugman, car 3, what a pocket.
I'll take that. That's a good call. That is a good call.
That has been commented the night so far.
I'll rate that. I don't rate what happened, but I'll rate that call about what happened.
Yeah,
if you're in car 3, you just got to
Can only
soldier
laugh.
on. Exactly. They've done nothing wrong there. They just copped it.
Good news is they're still on track for a podium, even with a 10-second penalty, because they're about 13 seconds ahead of Weatherman in 329 Mercedes.
Oh, yeah. So we'll try and keep half an eye on this battle. I don't think they're going to have an opportunity to overtake here. This is the one I'm most interested in. There's 218's been around everyone today. Odyssey Racing Green. Charles's regular teammate, Isaac, couldn't make it today, so Lockie Nichols is being thrown into the car. And past just behind is a chance to try and get a sneaky move if these two come together.
Well, for Pass, he's got to be very frustrated at the moment, because he's seeing Sathya, his class competitor, class rival, he's just skipped away up ahead. Now Clark,
Nice
well,
move.
that's yeah, clever bit of driving there. He didn't force the move too hard. He just hung around in the rear vision mirror of the 111 and waited for that mistake. That's really the only thing you can do, or the safest thing you can do at Imola. It's just too hard to make a big dive bomb work.
Yeah, the risk versus reward is just, it's not worth it.
I am expecting to see some sort of scent here from Corey Sweet. He's
Well, the second pit window's about to open. So the 45-minute stint marks just about to end. And as we know, car 3, who have pitted, there we go. So they pitted first last time. They've probably got a little bit of damage to fix this time out. But they're out of striking range in the pit stop for these cars ahead. So they're not going to worry about car 3 now. They're just going to go do their thing and cover each other off, I reckon. Oh, he's close. Aston 270 with a bit of slip.
definitely thought about the move there, Corey. But just not close enough this time by. I tell you what, definitely the 97 Aston is looking a little bit stronger at this time of the race. Lap traffic. Oh, here we go. We got a bit of an opportunity here for Sweet.
That's great driving there by Senekis. Covers off that inside. There's just no way that Aston could have gone in, and makes the Aston earn it, and just didn't have the drive. So textbook defensive driving there by car 9. Kovacs Camry.
On that note, what is the best team name that you've seen so far?
I saw Break Czech Republic. I saw it at Bathurst 12. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that I agree with that. That is the best team name. Can't think of many others.
I can't think of some other ones that I've seen, but that one sticks out.
I usually get a lot of hello broadcasts or hello to me. Oh, that was close there from Sweet.
It was close.
But, yeah, it's nice seeing a few little shout outs to the broadcast team. Team names. So yep, Sonicus into pit lane. We'll see how long Corey Sweet goes in. I'm very fascinated that Sweet didn't follow him in.
Maybe feels he's still got a bit of pace left in that car to maybe go the overcut, because he's definitely pushing harder than the Lexus. So there's an opportunity there. He's got a little bit of track ahead of him. In saying that, if you look closely, there's a few cars ahead of Sweet there that are all battling for position. So that's a very dangerous time for a lead car. I think we'll see him pit next lap.
It would be a good idea to dive into pit lane right now, because getting stuck behind these lap cars, they're not going to be really that willing to obey blue flags promptly, shall we say.
Just something I've noticed as well. Where's the BMW that was sitting P4? Nowhere to be seen. They're disconnected. The BDE team.
Oh, you're joking.
Yeah, I don't see them anywhere. They're not in the top 23, and I can't see them on my screen. So that opens up the door for another team to sneak into that top 5.
Oh, that is heartbreaking for that team.
I'll try and find out what's happened to them. But yeah, here we go. He's got a pit. Look at the traffic ahead. Yeah, good decision there, Corey. Wow!
Oh!
My fucking Christ.
Oh, that... I probably would have done one more lap the moment I saw that Lexus come in. That is hugely unfortunate for Corey Sweet. But mercifully his...
That's going to be a big stop.
What did I say? What did I say? The number 3 is not out of it.
Yeah, you did, because I just have no words. So, car 9 is in the big box seat now. Yeah, I just got no words for that. Like, there's nowhere he could put that car.
Wait a second, car 9. Weren't they triple set? Oh no, that's a different car. Yeah, so car 9, yeah, definitely in the box seat now. As we hear a lot of people say when it comes to endurance racing, it's not about making 0 mistakes, it's about making less mistakes than everyone else. And with just under 1.5 hours left in this race, it still can come unstuck for the Sonicus team.
Oh, it's you couldn't say that just yet, Craig. Depending whether other cars put their pit limiter on, you're not really expecting the car to do that. So I reckon the stewards will take a bit of a squeeze and see if it was avoidable. Kyle Rudin, bad luck, mate. His teammate McKinnon's disconnected.
Oh, that is really unfortunate. Dreaded DC can happen to any one of us. Anyway, we've got a very entertaining battle here. We got Calvin Chai and Scott in the 111 Nissan. I wonder how long this 111's going to go, because they are bleeding time with Scott behind the wheel, and this is probably the reason why they are Pro-Am.
We'll just show you the replay of what happened in the pits in case you're wondering what happened to car number 97. It's an unfortunate incident. Oh, sorry. Just as I cut away, those two just came together.
Oh. That's okay. We got replay. We got replays.
All of you. Just coming in the pits. They have pulled up very early, and 97 just got caught out. And I don't know what you could have done differently. It's just...
Yep. Yeah. There was nothing that Corey could have done. Like, perhaps he probably could have gone another lap, but then you would have lost time. But so many
what ifs
and woulda, coulda, shouldas. Yeah.
They're still battling. They come together. Was it these two that came together? Because let's do it again. Another battle.
I think these two are a bit different. 867. Yeah. And Chai's actually going to dive into pit lane and get that damage repaired. In fact, he comes in right behind Scott. There you go.
There you go, indeed. All right, this is the one that I Lance Strolled, everyone. He's still got to give him a little bit of an opportunity to save the car there, because a lot of cars do go wide.
Yeah, that's two cars going for the same bit of real estate. You sort of got to expect that a little bit.
Oh, so it's been a pretty dramatic last few laps. Let's go back up to the front then. Car 6 has picked up a drive-through for, I'm assuming, track limits. That car, Weatherburn, trying his best impersonation there of Jim's mowing.
Thought you were going to say he's trying his best impersonation of Russell. He just needed Bottas next to him.
Oh, wasn't that an incident and a half? And a reaction from both of them too. Alright, let's just try and suss out the provisional leaders. It's definitely car 9. There's some Neckis brothers. Now have like a commanding lead. They've plotted and schemed their way through it very nicely. Stayed out of trouble. Hasn't forced the issue. Car 3, they've had a couple of dramas, but find themselves in P2. And look at this. These are where the big movers and shakers are going to be. Car 112, they're sitting provisionally P3, only 3.9 seconds back of car 3.
Well, just goes to show in endurance racing, you don't need to be the fastest. You just need to be in the right place, right time.
Consistent, clean, and dash of luck.
Visual footage?
It's got to be. Not another one.
Has that BMW actually been fixed yet, or?
Yes, there we go.
Oh, look at that.
Beautiful. It's clean as a whistle.
Fresh off the showroom floor. Love to see it. But this Aston, on the other hand, I would say that it would have been repaired because they are a fair way back behind number 3. Oh, and they have actually picked up a 10-second penalty, or is that for the contact? Was that the number 3 that got the penalty for contact?
I'm not sure.
Well, either way, 97 now has a 10-second penalty. So that'll complicate things. I do remember it was the number 3 that had the 10-second penalty.
Active aero engaged.
At least you know that engine's getting plenty of cool air.
So that 10-second penalty is actually for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh. Ah.
Yeah.
Ah, never rains but it pours.
You're not wrong there. Oh, there you go. It's just popped up.
Oh, thank you, race control. So we got.
Oh, I see it happen a lot.
Where's
You see the car servo drive-through for whatever reason, and they pick up a 10-second penalty for speeding during it. And obviously that was a pretty flexible moment where it kind of kicked off very quickly, so Corey had to kind of sort the car out pretty fast and didn't get the chance to set it right. But keep moving on. He's provisionally still in the top 5. There's still a chance for a podium. It's not over yet.
Oh no, it's not over. Not at all. Like 1 hour 20 left.
It's got to be car 9's turn for some unfortunate fortunes. Not that we wish that upon anyone, but
it'll happen. It's just going to happen, whether we lay that commentator's curse on these guys or not.
Look
I
how
think it's gonna
clean
happen.
that car is. Has that been taken through a drive-through car wash? Look at it. It's immaculate.
Well, usually the best, the cars that win these endurance races, they look like they have not seen the track.
That is very true.
Craig Dale, pit limiter was probably the last thing on his mind, probably. We also have Nissan back in the Nissan, so we'll see. We'll have the watch on the 111 down in 23rd place. I've also got my Scope watch in the 333. He's worked his way back up to 15th. Diabol's, just to be fair, it is not Knowles that's breaking out the curse button. That would be me. And I don't have a button. I've got a bag of curses. You get a curse. You get a curse.
Yeah, we've gone
Everyone
past
gets
having
curses.
buttons. It's a Santa sack of curses. Speaking of Santa sack, I'm going to go grab myself a drink. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Yeah, no worries. It's a bit like with the curses. Just look under your sim rig. Probably got one sitting there for you. Anyway, Jake Weatherburn is your provisional race leader at the moment. He's just ahead of the very battered looking 97, but I can almost assure you that 97 is not that battered. So that is Ben Floyd in behind the wheel of the 97 at the moment. They do have a 10-second penalty for speeding in pit lane. Hugely unfortunate if you just missed or just joined us. Fortunately, the 97 was involved. Bit of a bizarre accident heading into pit lane for their second stop. And that is why they are so far down and behind the number 3 and the number 9. Provisionally, it is the Sonicus brothers that are leading the race. They are the first cars on track that have made their second pit stop. And they are running in second place. Get a gap for you between Sonicus and Weatherburn. And try and find them on the mini-map. A little bit hard because I'd say they are right in that massive cluster of cars heading up the hill from Tozer. Oh yeah, I see them there. There they are. They're just heading up the hill now. So once Weatherburn comes into pit lane, the number 9 should resume the lead of this race. We've got Sathya in 4th, flying the flag for the AM drivers, really punching above their weight. And then we have Kingston currently leading the way in Pro-Am in 8th place. So possibly seeing a few upgrades after this race.
Yeah, 616 cars flying. Alpha Venturi Kitchen Chair Racing. Well, I hope they're using a kitchen chair while they're racing, or a bit of a fraud name. Just kidding, lads. But yeah, this is one of the cars we're looking at for maybe it's worth being in Pro. Definitely got a lot of skill, a lot of pace between these two. Kingston and Robert Fluke.
Again, they've just had a really, really tidy run by the looks of things. Not a mark on that car. They've done a really good job. They are the highest ranked Pro-Am team to have done 2 stops at the moment. And even with having made that extra pit stop, they're still leading the way in Pro-Am. But Sathya is doing an outstanding job in AM. Now moved up to 3rd. Still has to make a pit stop, but still, that's an outstanding effort from the number 23 team.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like, maybe he's waiting for his teammate, because we're an hour 20 left to go, and so far he's the only one that's been in the car. Have many other teams double stinted? I don't really recall. Car 75. They're going great guns as well. See some pings there. But we've lost only one team from the server so far. That was car number 632, who was sitting in the top 4. Very unfortunate.
They got the dreaded DC. Boyd's on a mission here.
Oh, easily ever.
There'd be a load of anger in the 97 bunker right now. Just goes up the inside of Meddings. This is going to be a brave move. We'll see who backs out first. No, they're still going to go 2 by 2. Oh, he tried for the switchback.
Oh, miraculously fixed his bonnet mid-corner. Bryce Meddings, you absolute gentleman. Slight little kiss. I'll close your bonnet for you. Off you go, Lloyd. Try and get back into the top 3. What is going on?
So I'm hoping that Meddings will be sending an invoice in the mail for that.
Yes.
That's
what a man. He's racing in the top 7, and he still has time to close a fellow competitor's bonnet.
Love to see. That's just the camaraderie you get with Octane, isn't it?
It's just wholesome. Just wholesome.
Get that ready for the wholesome channel on the Discord.
Yep. Scotty Blair fighting his way back. They've been up and down. They had a bit of a Katy Perry race. They're currently chasing down Steenkamp, who's chasing down Davis.
That is Davis just ahead in the BMW as well. So, and he's closing in on Rochford too.
Yes, no teams yet to do all their stops, thankfully, because 115's really pushing that tank. So we did see full cloud cover come over, and the sun's just starting to peer out again. So for rain, wow, Scotty trying to bin it there. Good save. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see rain tonight. Spa 12 hour though. It rains quite often at Spa. And it might be raining on one side of the track, but clear as a bell on the other side of the track. So make sure you sign up for that 12 hour. What's your thoughts on this livery? I reckon that's pretty mean.
Yeah, black and red. It's a winner.
Is your livery black and red, or yours is white and red?
I've got white and black this season.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good colours, good team.
Yeah, it's one thing I do bemoan than this, and its livery options are not great.
Could be worse. It could be the BMW M6 or the Lamborghini. Both of those cars have some shitters. Absolute shitters. M6 is probably the worst in my opinion. Just got random panels. They might have added a couple of new ones recently. There's quite a few for like cars like the Aston and the Rari. Look at this train. Choo choo. This is for top 10.
That Blair is getting past them, or is he?
Yeah, blue flagged.
Oh, that's yeah.
Snickers.
Okay.
So 1 hour 13 to go. We've seen several leaders have issues.
Yeah. I was just about to say, apart from that first 10 minutes, it's been actually a pretty relatively relaxed race.
It has. So there's been a few complaints about blue flags, and that happens often, and just got to put the reports in as Kovac's fellow team, Steenkamp, lets him do. Blair was very obvious of that and didn't try and force the issue and backed off. Would have been trying to do the sneaky snake. Doesn't always end well though.
Well, it is tough for blue flags because you are trying to have your own race, and
it's a very engaged track too. You always have to be fully alert on the actual track itself rather than just the cars around. But yeah, another Kovacs on Kovacs moment. Kovacs shaken, not stirred. They were late in. Just snuck him in as they nearly had a late out there. And they're going to lose a spot here to the BMW of Steve Davis.
No, the other backs out. Oh, there's a little bit of a pull moment there.
Yeah, there was a punty Rooney by the Relax Jeffries onto Scott Blair. It's a blue flag and a punt. Oh, this is not. I don't want to watch.
It's all good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah, so he's lost out of position there to the other Nissan. So Nissan's just helping each other out here. Kurdiwan. Oh, he's putting pressure on. Had a shitty exit there though.
Still uncomfortable.
Oh, 218's got to drive through. That's the Bentley.
Oh no. That'd be yeah. Speaking of drivers that have had an up and down race.
No, you don't do that. Oh, you don't do that. So Jeffries just came back across onto the racing line in the braking zone as a blue flag car, and Villalonga has just waved about 16 brown flags.
Oh, I'm waving the brown flag here.
I've just got no words.
It's a bit of a testament to these guys that we haven't had a serious bin there.
Actually, it might have been Jeffries with the brown flag moments. But yeah, this looks scary the whole lap.
Well, it is Imola.
That's very true. All right,
so we
so
got-
just recapping, the car 3 will P2. They're back up into the second step. Jakey Weatherburn, or Kovacs Pixel Racers. Who have they been jumped by? So there we go. Rockets Evolved. P3 at the moment. So other people's misfortune opens the door up for other teams, and where did they start? I'm gonna have to check that out. 112 started 8th. 329 started in 5th. 616 started in 11th. Some good performances.
The 23 has also finally made their pit stop. Where have they actually popped out of?
8th. This one you're talking about?
Yeah, that is outstanding from these guys.
So
Although that was opportunistic from Sonicus.
He's like, I'm not here to fuck spiders. Oh, I'm out of there. Oh, I thought he was going to be deep there.
Well, it's interesting that Sonicus took that risk. Doesn't really need to do it. He's got a massive gap to the number 3. Where is the number 3? The number 3 is just crossing the start-finish line right now. So he's got virtually half a lap lead. So he doesn't need to be taking those massive risks. And we've already seen our 2 previous leaders getting hit with the bad luck stick. So the racing gods are definitely brandishing the bad luck stick with a bit of a vengeance tonight.
It's more of a paddle than a stick.
That's a
and it's
good point.
definitely studded. If you know, you know. But it's not a stick you want to be hit with when you're sim racing.
I think I'll just speak for myself. I don't think it's something I want to be hit with to stop.
Drive
not
to
into
Survive
that.
Season 1. Yeah, look. I'll pass. Yeah, click like if you're liking what you're watching. Or it's all free to watch. Like doesn't cost you anything. It helps us out. Makes my dog feel good. Saves Matt from getting hit with any paddle.
Yeah, okay, smash that like button. I didn't know paddles were involved until just then.
Ooh. That isn't
someone-
Steve
Ooh.
Davis, who's battling with Blair and co. Oh wow, here we go. This is a powder keg looking to kick off. Check this out, Matt. 75 down to car 333. All battling for position. 44's around. 221. Who? That's further down. All right. What sports bet's paying for this one? $1.27, I hear.
It's going to happen here, almost. So we got the battle for the lead in AM. The 23 has dropped a little bit on these guys. In fact, he's...
This
still
AM
holding.
battle is amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, this is the top 3, although Rochford still needs to make his second pit stop.
Oh, that's
So-
just schematics. We'll pretend he's on 1. Go, Rochford. They're doing well. They were a very late entry, so himself and Jesse McLean are in the Kovac Shaken Not Stirred 737 car. Villalonga, before the season started, I feel that they should be Pro-Am. They've got ability. Scott, just say that.
Oh, Rochford off the track. There's another position for Scout.
He's pitting for sure. No, take that back. He's going to keep going. Don't listen to me. I'm not sure that pays out in sports bet if it's self-inflicted. Look at that Lexus closing on the Beamer. The Beamer's got some legs as well.
That Lexus is ridiculously faster. Paul Ricard, they were pulling, heard in Discord, they were pulling 288 without a slipstream, and
that's-
that was just, oh,
It's monstering, isn't it?
certainly is.
Car 9's so far ahead at the moment. They might finish this race before the 3-hour mark.
That'd be quite an achievement, I have to say.
Yeah, it would be.
How far ahead are they? Still half a lap? Looks like it's half a lap.
It's hard to say. Well, actually, let me work it out. I'm just going to do some quick math.
Well, no,
They are
just
44 seconds ahead.
almost half a lap.
Yeah. Give or take.
Meanwhile, Blair's just not able to get around this wretched BMW. As we see, Jeffrey's getting a penalty for collision on lap 61.
Yeah, there might have been the blue flag incident. Speaking of incidents, those in chat that are still watching, let's talk about incidents. What's the worst thing that you've done in sim racing to another driver accidentally? If it's on purpose, you should probably delete sim racing. But if you've made a mistake, what have you done to another car? I've reversed into someone and has rejoined on F1 before.
Oh, you pulled a Daniel Ricciardo. Nice.
Yeah, that was at Austria too, but they didn't DNF, so I didn't quite do it well enough.
I've had plenty of bad moments in sim racing. I think the worst one has to be at Bathurst a couple of seasons ago. I was racing Alex Bone. I was talking about this in the Bathurst 12-hour actually. I still feel bad about it.
He keeps telling me about it. He sends me letters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've taken to just... I had to move houses because he was sending me letters too.
That's fair.
They were a little bit chunky and they were making ticking sounds.
A bit of white powder coming out of them.
Yeah, I just made a mistake at Skyline. Unfortunately, Alex zigged instead of zagged and I accidentally ploughed him into the wall at Skyline.
Yeah.
It hurt me more than him because I've got like 2.5 minutes of damage on the car, but geez, I still feel bad about it.
Yeah. What happens? I'm sure there's lots of incidents out there we reflect back and go, whoopsie daisy.
It's just so frustrating because it was such an enjoyable race. I was driving reasonably well. I wasn't making any mistakes. It was just one lap. Of course, Mount Panorama, you don't want to make one mistake.
And
So,
depending where you make the mistake, it's really hard to avoid what happens afterwards. You can't slow up. There's walls everywhere. There's momentum.
you end up just pinballing down the hill.
Yep.
So that has been my worst moment, racing with other drivers.
One of the, I don't know if it's an interesting crash I've ever seen. We're actually at the track this week, so at Zandvoort, I've never seen a car land on its lid whilst doing sprint series, ever. At Zandvoort, I think it was season 3 or 2 or something, I saw 2 Bentleys land on their roof in the same round in different races at the same corner. So, and that was before the game used to teleport you. Well, the game now, teleports you as soon as you land on your roof to the pits. Back then, though, he just sort of stayed there. I'm sure there's a replay out there somewhere of it, but maybe we might see more of that this week at Zandvoort as we return there for the first time in about a year.
Yeah, Zandvoort is going to be a very interesting round, I have to say.
I wish ACC updated it to the new configuration where the back corners. That'd be sweet in the GT3. Yeah, I reckon that'd be sweet.
Width, anyway.
I don't think we're going to see that for a while because we haven't seen the Paul Ricard new pit entry. They've actually built a bridge prior to the last corner to get into the pits, but we haven't seen that yet. Which is, mind you, which is a great decision by Paul Ricard to do because that pit entry is like going into Kmart car park. It's horrible.
Yeah, not great. What is actually the worst pit entry that you can think of?
Okay, Paul Ricard's right up there. Let me have a think. This
I
one's
think any track where
Brands Hatch is pretty shit.
yeah, I think any track where you've got a reasonably fast final corner, but you've got 2 corners, so say like the last 2 corners at Yas Mariner.
Yep.
Fine example. You've got to try and slow the car down, but the driver behind might not be aware of it. They're trying to keep the momentum up, and they just go straight into the back of you. Any track like that,
Yep.
that's a crap pit entrance.
Yeah. Brands Hatch does my head in because you got the fences that you got to try and get around. Poor Ricard's weird. Poor Ricard pit entry, the whole pit thing doesn't really work because it's on and off the racing line. Donington Park. No, that's alright now. The old pit entry was on the other side near the Melbourne hairpin. That's not too bad now. Yeah, what about you, chat? What's your worst, least favourite, pit entry? Nerb's pit entry? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come unstuck there. Some people overcook it and end up hitting the fence and go across the track back on the racing line. I got commentator cursed when I didn't spin. I can't remember. We might have done. If so, I'm blaming Matt.
I've been throwing out the commentator's curses like crazy. I'm not sorry.
John Cyberskip said he took out 6 cars before turn 1. It sounds like Kyle Army thing. Kyle Army thing.
That's just standard Monza.
Yeah, Hungary Ring. Yep, Hungary Ring's pretty average pit entry. I've actually DNF'd someone in that pit entry in the F1 game. They spun around the corner and I couldn't see them as I was coming around, and they just took their front wheel straight off.
Oh, Zolder, yep, Zolder is an awful pit.
Oh, that's a great call. That is a great call.
Totally forgot about Zolder. Don't know how I forgot about Zolder, but there you go.
That's like you're driving through the back of a pit, like the pit area, like a runoff area with the trucks. Hockenheim, if you're Lewis Hamilton. Oh, Canada's not bad. Canada, you just go in a straight line. The problem is the traffic around you.
That's the same as Zolder.
Yeah.
Same situation. You're trying to go straight ahead without losing too much speed. But everyone else is trying to brake and slow down for the final few corners. So yeah, good call on those ones. I'll tell you what, this battle here, back to what we're supposed to be commentating on. This battle is looking rather nasty.
Yeah.
Scotes, I think, is starting to lose his patience a little bit here. He has been stuck behind this BMW. He's wanting to get on with it. He's going to change his postal address to being behind this bloody BMW.
He's going to paint the BMW rear end after the race. Kiwi Gamers is saying, I once took over the car from a boys in 8 hours into a 24-hour Spa and broke the car off coming out of the pits. Oh no!
Oh, that is the worst feeling too.
Yeah, because you not only like feel bad for yourself not getting a race, you've just been the car that other people are driving. But well, it happens.
It's a 24-hour race though. So yeah, okay, you've binned it pretty badly, but here we go. Scotes up the inside into Tozer, and at the same time.
Yep.
Oliver trying to sneak it around the outside, couldn't quite get it done, so now Scotes, he has been released from Rinaldi Edo. And I do expect Blair to just sort of pull away here.
Speaking of Scote, I remember they did a Bathurst race on iRacing. And Ashley Reynolds was in the car. It could have been a 24-hour event, I think, maybe a 12-hour. But lap 19, I think this is near McPhillamy Park, spun, hit a wall, did a barrel roll, flipped, he got hit by about 3 other cars, the race was over.
Oh.
And he just went to the shop to grab himself a drink and some food, and I texted him, doing well, fantastic, by the way, your car's out. And he thought I was taking the piss. Yeah.
Oh, that's the worst feeling.
Well, that's why
you text him.
There's all the momentum gone.
Yep. Now Patrick Oliver, he's got to make that up again. Pete Reynolds, the 422, they're back up into almost into the top 25 again. We saw them a little bit earlier on. They've running around with the remodeled front end for so long, but good to see them almost back into that top 25. Currently watching Mitch Weatherburn down in 32nd. Now these guys have completed all their pit stops along with Frostuck in the 463 Aston. So see where these guys end up at the end of the race.
Meanwhile, 3 days ahead, car 9.
Are they still 40 seconds ahead of the number 3?
They are still 44 seconds ahead.
There you go. So if the number 3 didn't have that problem going into Rivazza, they would be right up there with the number 9 Lexus. Meanwhile, back to this battle. Tell you what, shout out to Ito. Driving brilliantly in the 23. He's made that BMW a little bit wider than the specifications dictate. I imagine that Blair would be breaking out the old measuring tape, trying to just double check the width of this BMW. But geez, Ito the AM really doing well.
Sure is. We have a lot thrown at him here.
He's going to have another little bit thrown at him as Davis gets a good run, gets tucked into the slipstream. Pull up beside, and he should make this easy.
No.
Oliver's gonna... No! Ooh, little touch there from Patrick Oliver. Now Oliver's turn. I suspect he will be instructed to give that position back. There was a bit of a bump and run.
Oh, what an
Goes around the
overtake.
outside. Ooh. Again,
Holy
pretty sure we
smokes.
saw that... Yeah, pretty sure we saw that from Oliver a little bit earlier in the race. Can't block him, he'll just go around the outside of you.
Tip of the fedora there. That was a great move. Obviously, he had a little bit of a kiss on the this car before, but 131's around. See, I don't know where they are based.
So they've returned pit lane as well.
Nope, they've left the server.
Oh,
Maybe a disconnect.
can happen to anyone. Further along up. Currently our leading AM.
What was the car gone? That was ahead.
So,
What? Did anyone just see that? They're having some...
whoa, we have got a TARDIS on track. Off track. Oh!
What is happening? What?
That's a little bit of ping there.
Fuck. Oh no! I just... Whoa! Wow. That's all I've got to say there. The car disappeared in front. I'm like, this is a close battle. I'm watching this one, and the car was gone. I'm like, hang on, there's a car ahead of him. Yeah, so massive internet issues there for that car 75.
Oh, Davies thought about the look on Ito there into Tozer. Oliver and Blair just, they're gone. See you later, guys. But Davis and Ito, the two BMWs, are still battling it out. And I'll tell you what, Ito is just... Yeah, again, I can't sing enough praises of Ito. He's it's very easy when you've got someone who is a little bit faster than you sitting behind you. It's very easy to think to yourself, oh, I can get away from him if I just squeeze a little extra meter in my braking zone or pick up the throttle a little bit earlier. That is actually the best way to let someone through.
Yeah, you don't waste too much time then. I've got a really funny replay to show you though.
Here we go.
Right, so car 75 is obviously having some internet issues here because... But it's just amusing because the car just sort of just takes off a lot. So Yep. Hasn't taken that greatly. Yep. Hasn't made too much of a hash of that. But here, I can't remember what I saw, but it didn't look funny. Oh, it didn't look pretty. Bang. Gone. Skips about 20 minutes ahead. But wait. Rocket airtime. Bang. Straight up in the air. And it gets worse. It's like, oh, do I go for it? Do I go back out? Do I go for it? Oh, then he's just probably one of the worst. Okay, so that hasn't been very good. And then the rejoin itself is not one that he's going to write home about. Nearly kills the Bentley. But yeah, so many internet issues there. Could nearly be a retirement.
You know, we got our 3 BMWs in pit lane there, Davis and Edo. So I think the third BMW that was behind them, the lap car, I think that also went in. So it was a bit of a BMW trifecta in pit lane there. Meanwhile, Patrick Oliver is pushing Blair, isn't he?
Certainly is. When Patrick Oliver gets in the groove, he's really got a lot of pace. And you just saw before those that overtake he made on the outside at Villeneuve, I believe. Great little move.
He's not afraid to put it around the outside. He's one of those drivers that's very difficult to defend from. So, yeah, you can go defensive, but if you just go around the outside of you, so it's kind of pointless.
You're falling away around. So we start seeing some of those green boxes pop up, which means they've served all their mandatories and they go to the end. Oh, let's check out the top speed here for the Merc. Get some slip. 260... 265. Not too bad. What about the Bentley? Not quite as quick, I know that for a fact. 260, 260.
260, yeah, no slipstream though, so
that's true.
Probably give it an extra 2 or 3k. Maybe 5 if we're generous, so yeah.
It's a bit further down. Let's go Shady Samuel. Put the pressure on Borowski and Bunsen Burners, who... Oh, yes, that's right. I did say he had that... Remember he was cooked at Aqua Minerale? Yeah. So that was me, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, that dude made that call. Yeah.
I think I've cursed him.
Well, we weren't really talking them up, though, were we? Just said, oh, he binned it pretty hard.
Very true. Car 7. These guys actually only got one qualifying lap in, so only one driver set some times, and they started in 39th, which is a great recovery up to P20.
They're knocking on the door in 18th, really.
Yep.
We got Gorowski and Bab battling away in front. Samuel might do well here, because these two are battling pretty hard. Might do well just to hang off a little bit and just...
No, fuck the...
Oh, he's going to send it.
Screw you, Matt, and your ideas. I'm just going to send it. Oh, the stamps to lick, mate. Shady, not here to put shoes on caterpillars. He's off. There we go. Gets the move done. Yeah, he's going to hunt down Bab.
That was a very opportunistic move. Gorowski ended up on the wrong side of the track, trying to send around the outside of Bab, which is ambitious at best. Well, he unfortunately left the door wide open to Samuel. So you got to have that spatial awareness when you're in those sorts of battle packs. You can't just have tunnel vision and forget about the cars behind. Speaking of Blair, at the moment he can focus on just what's in front of him rather than this Mercedes that's moving around in the mirrors a lot. Trying to chase down Villalonga.
Yeah, there. He's putting the pressure on him. Oh, it doesn't quite have the run out there. He's really making himself big in the mirrors, isn't he?
He's got to be careful doing that. Very easy to miss your braking marker while you're trying to be a bit clever in the mirrors. Tommy points out that he didn't bin it hard, he kept it out of the wall.
That's
Only
very
half
true.
a min. Only half a min. What do you reckon?
Oh,
Here we
goes
go. In the pit
Spitz.
lane.
It's not a bad
He's
shout.
out of it. Not a bad idea either. 45 minutes to go, so yeah, not a bad time to start making your final pit stops.
Yeah, they're starting to come in now. Hive of activity in the pit lane.
How's it going, Compton? Hang in there? Yeah, we're doing a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, we've got through it. How you going, JC? Didn't drink the right milk tonight, I don't think we didn't. Car 222. Just no luck in that first stint, mate. Bad luck. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with the qualifying sessions when it really cooks the servers like that. We might just have to have one qualifying. It's just a bit of a pain in the butt.
It's a bit of a shame when you try something and it doesn't quite work out because of technical issues, but
Oh, we've done it before in other the series, but it sometimes glitches things. But we haven't seen the ones that cropped up tonight. There could have been a couple of settings set to wrongly, but yeah. As we said, these things happen. We've managed to get this race going, and here we are, 43 minutes from the finish. And we've seen 3 retirements so far. Couldn't tell the other 2 teams though. But at the moment, Rockets Evolved on track for a podium. And they started in 8th.
not a bad effort from these guys. Again, these guys have been flying under the radar really. Well, we've been focusing on Lamb, number 3 and the 97. These guys have just been plodding along, just chipping away ever so quietly, and all of a sudden here they are sitting within grasp of a podium. That was my wooden desk there.
Was that the bird?
No. I think my bird is well and truly asleep by now.
Do they sleep standing up?
I got
Or
him
you
a
can-
little hanging bed, and he just tucks himself in that.
Cute.
Yep, incredibly.
What's the bird's name?
It's called Chitter.
Cheetah.
Yeah, as in chitter and chatter.
Like it.
Yeah, well, I adopted him with that name, and it's like, well, you know what? I'm happy with that name, and he actually does respond to it, so keeping it.
Can lovebirds talk?
Yeah, they can.
Nice. I would have just taught
Not
him
very-
naughty things.
Not very well, but they can.
Teach him. It's got to teach you to say blue flag. Blue flag.
Oh, there we go.
Blue
I like that. That could get annoying though.
Let's speaking of blue
Racing.
flags. There we
Yeah.
go. Bang. Could get very annoying.
Especially if you're not getting a blue flag.
Yellow flag. Doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? Just doesn't work.
Oh, could be worse. Could have to teach him that Sebastian Vettel meme song that they made of him saying blue flag.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that's going to make a few appearances in the Discord.
Hey Alex Withington, how you going, mate? Hope things are going well over in the UK. I'm off to Spa 2022 this year, so excited. Well, hopefully you get a race this time. I'm assuming you're talking about the F1 and the absolute farce it was at the last time at Spa.
What are you talking about? The most talented driver got fastest lap of the race. Didn't you see that?
Who was that?
Oh,
Mazepin?
Mazepin.
Yeah.
Behind the safety car. It counts.
It counts.
Sort of. Anyway, Jean-Pierre Sonicus has got to come in and hand over to his brother John Sonicus. So, getting up to 40 minutes left to go. They've got half a lap to their nearest competitor, number 3, with Matthew Lamb, behind the wheel of the number 3 Aston. But still yet to see majority of our front runners actually coming in and do their final stop.
Just see car 326 pick up a drive-through penalty.
Oof.
Guarantee you that's also track limits. Seen quite a few of those tonight. You expect that here with all the chicanes and all the cutting. Nürburgring, a little less likely for the DTs.
It can still happen out of turn 4. It's very easy just to go a little bit too wide there. There is so much space there. That's probably the most common place to get a track limit strike. Probably the left-hander just after the Schumacher S as well. That's a very common place to get drive-through to, track limits there.
Yeah. Only difference with Nürburgrings is you can see the marks, whereas the chicanes here, you're a little bit blindsided by the elevation changes, and they're pretty big chicanes. So you can really you mess one up, you mess the other. Spa, round 3, you see a few drive-throughs there.
Oh yeah.
And a drive-through at Spa is massive punishment because of how long that pit lane is. But we usually convert them to a time penalty, which is about 30 seconds. Is he going to pit? He is. Here we go. Final pit stop for the race leaders. Also 97's in, so we reckon they can finish up. This is their last stop. This time they haven't managed to hit any car going into the pits, fortunately.
I think they absolutely made sure there was no one in front of them coming into pit lane this time, in before they get a drive-through for speeding in pit lane.
Oh yeah.
That'd be the full trifecta, wouldn't it?
Collect the whole set. The gaps have spread out a little bit now as the race is coming to a close. I think this car left the server and just rejoined. And they haven't served a stop.
Oh dear.
Yeah, they've got that's some type of technical issue they got going on. Car 3 take over the lead for now. Provisionally P2.
Tyre was yellow. Oh no, have we had a moment for our... Yeah, he's dropped behind Gibbons and Kingston too. So...
Oh no. Just like that, it shakes up the top 3.
Okay, so we'll just note that down, that touching wood does not absolve you of the commentator's curse.
No, it depends what wood it is.
That's a good question.
What's that?
Yeah, quickly comb through that replay, find out what happened. Anyway, Connor Kingston doing a good job at the moment, leading Pro-Ams. He's got a fairly commanding lead in this class, almost probably more than a minute between himself and Patrick Oliver. Oliver's driving the wheels off the number 6 Mercedes. I'll tell you who's going really well as well. That is Missen in the Nissan. Even though he has to make a pit stop, still he's managed to get himself back into P3 in class. So, great job from Missen. He will have to hand over to his teammate though for the final stint.
One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen.
Oh no. It's a commentator's curse, I guarantee it.
His connection. I don't know. This is interesting lines. I don't think it's optimum strategy to this line. Yeah, no, that's not ideal. No, you gotta go left. Yeah, go left. Yep, that's right. No, that's also a bad idea. Wait. Want to see an 8-bit spin? No, not that one. That's fine. That's fine. Watch this 8-bit spin on a Super Nintendo.
Whoa. He went off to Narnia a few times there.
It's bizarre.
You'll have to let us know if you actually found that line in the wardrobe.
Yeah, unfortunate. They started 8th up to 3rd. I don't know where they are now. It's 11th.
Yeah, 11th. But they have done all their pit stops, but still, that is a commentator's curse. So there you go. We hold a lot of power in this commentary box. I do take bribes. My PayPal will be in chat post haste.
Well, if the stewards team asked him to pit or just choice to swap over, probably choice to swap over. Sometimes if you have like little internet issues with latency or packet loss, it can correct itself pretty quickly. Obviously there it's made his car undrivable. So he got it to the pits, got his teammate in there, and now he's going to put his feet up and reset his router, I hope. Good old internet. Tell you what, he's still slicing his way through the field is shady. Yeah, still got one stop to do, but starting from dead last, to even look at the number 14 is a fair effort.
You can't really battle too hard with Real here, because he's got to make his... Well, actually, for Real, the best thing he could do is just go, yep, off you go. I'm not going to battle you. You still have to make a pit stop. Getting involved in an accident this late in the race. He doesn't need...
I thought you just cursed him massively. No, he's pitted. There you go. Get in the pits. Good boy.
Yeah, I was
good
just going to say, Mike is fighting that a little bit too hard. If it was me in that driver's seat, I wouldn't have battled that hard. I would have just sidestepped down the straight and let him go.
So, currently, Gibbons leads the race in the 329 Kovacs Racing Pixel Racers car. They've also got to stop the serve. Alpha Venturi, don't know which one that is, Pretty Kitchen Chairs, they are P2. Both of those two teams have to stop. Sonicus streets ahead, about 45 seconds from Paul Britt. Car 3, no idea. And as you see, there's still a handful of cars yet to serve their final stop with 32 minutes to go. Round 2's in about 4 weeks' time as Carl Johnson pits. And we're off to the Nürburgring next week for the Sprint Series. We're off to Zandvoort. And also next month we've got the Spa 12-hour kicking off. Plus we've got a lot of special little small events coming with the new DLC content becoming available in the next couple of weeks. That looks like he's going slow.
Yeah, he's picking up speed now.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an issue or a moment.
And I was just talking up Ronaldo. So...
Another one to your list.
Yep.
I might have met my match for commentator curses, mate. I've got a freaking black book for all of them.
Oh, you haven't even seen my black book. Oh boy.
There's an F1 one I did. I'm like, oh, he's having such a great race. He's getting these positions, and literally as soon as I finished that comment, DNF'd it to the pool section at Monaco. It was like, well, there you go. Send me
Oh, again, it's okay, folks. Just if you're sitting in chat there and you're actually in the race, I'll put up my PayPal, then I won't give you any curses.
I know you can be asked to pit and swap if you're having net issues, yeah. Those special events, it's a little bit different. It's a bit easier to do it.
Ooh, Kingston has picked up a stop and go 30-second. That will be a pit lane violation, I'm sure.
Yep, that's excessive speeding in the pits. That'll get converted to a 10-second, which is unfortunate, but it happens more often than you care to admit.
I keep saying, practice your pit entry.
Yeah, sometimes with the stop-go ones, you're fair way over. It sometimes gives you a drive-through as well, but we always check everyone's entry, regardless if they get a pen from the game or not. Nichols is saying he dislikes the Bentley
Yep.
off his Christmas card list. G'day, Peach. Great race, mate, so far. Hopefully, you guys can finish it off. The Bentley is fun in VR because it's the correct side. Yeah, Lockie was a late in as well for the team, I believe, and hasn't done a lot of racing in the old beds, the old boat.
Yeah, I do believe that Lachlan prefers the McLaren, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Correctly.
There's a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pits. Here's a nice battle for the top 10. Mike Real versus Simon Scanlon.
This is for position, unlike what we saw with Shady
Correct.
and Real. So I've only got one car in the top 10 that has to make a pit stop, and that is Regan Herbert. So should see Britton Weatherman move up onto the podium. Oh, there we go. Lambo and Honda fan. There we go. Here we go, Scanlon trying around the out. This is very bold here for Scanlon. I think that was going to work out for him, but geez, he's pulling out all the unorthodox moves here. He's desperately trying for a move around the number 6 Mercedes.
There's been a nice little battle for the last 30 minutes. There's a few of them just starting to open up. You can see P12, Charlie Clark's right behind Zach. Matthew Powell's right behind Pete Viney.
See Scanlon just moving left and right in the braking zone there, just trying to disrupt Real's rhythm there.
Yeah, Real's a great driver. Very solid behind that steering wheel. And most of the games he plays. So he's not going to be spooked too easily. But always worth a try.
Here's a good question. Who is the hardest driver to pass?
In OOR?
Anything. Who's the driver that you've come across?
I'm sure he won't mind me mentioning it. But Dan Maxwell is probably the hardest OOR member I've ever seen to overtake. And it's not through being dodgy. He's on a pad, and his corner rotations and his entries and exits are very different. And he is he's a hard racer. But yeah, if you've raced against Danny Maxwell, you probably struggle to get past him. As far as real life, whew, I don't know. Pasta Marinado?
Yeah, it's a good question for me. Probably in sim racing, I'd probably have to go with. It's going to be joint between my brother and another driver called Vladimir Madretsky.
Yep.
Very, very consistent drivers. They know where to put the car. But my brother, he doesn't defend. It's quite interesting because we have different driving styles. I'll drive into the corner a lot faster than what he does, but he gets off the corners better than me. And annoyingly, he doesn't defend, but he will argue around the outside, and it's very irritating. But Madretsky is just very, 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 very quick. You really have to stretch yourself to sort of match him in anything. Real life, I don't think I have enough time to rattle off all the drivers that are difficult to pass. And just so many drivers out there that you really just have to try and beat up early. Otherwise they get into a rhythm and they just drive away. Just so many drivers like that in real life that I've come across.
Oh, definitely. Speaking of overtakes, Scanlon just got that done before at, oh, hang on. No! What are you doing, Lexus?
Oh,
no,
who is
it's
that?
Stevie Lewis. And the Blues Hey, you like that one? Stevie Lewis got the blues. Yeah, we just saw a move of Scanlon at Tamburello get past Mike Reel. Stephen Ty in chat, man, I'm so gutted, no clue what happened. Yes, man. Just internet packet loss, it looked like. Just
sim racing things.
Just sim racing things. So we watched the replay back, and it wasn't just one moment, there were several moments. The spin you had at Tosa was never seen anything like it.
I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that you had a little bit of lag there, and the car behind probably just turned you around without knowing what was going on.
Yeah, possibly the game probably thought you were.
Yep. Good old netcode.
Connor Kingston says he's bad at the game. No way, man. I thought you did have a great race. You had a bad pit entry or pit exit or whatever you did in the pits, but other than that, you guys were a chance for podium. They can't be too upset about that. Not at all.
Yeah, we're actually singing your praises there, Connor. So, if you're doing bad, it's probably because of us. Because of the commentator's curse.
We will accept a few. We won't accept all of them, though. Pit lane ones. Yeah, we can't. Can we curse pit lane?
Yeah.
Do we count? Do we count Corey Sweet's pit entry?
That
was just cursed full stop. That was life cursed.
Yeah, I shouldn't laugh because I'm sure if it was me, I'd probably be raging.
Oh, I'd be fuming as well. It's just, it's like just bad timing. Everyone got there at the same time. Lewis, they pulled up a bit too soon, a bit too slow. They were coming in hot. It was just speed differential, and we saw what happened.
Definitely stars aligning there.
Yep. Well, they're currently P5, so they made it back up to the top 5. They're 11 seconds back behind Fluke in the 616, but they do have a 10-second penalty. So there's a big chance they can still get into the top 4. And obviously 4 rounds, it's not over. Wow. That was deep there by Peter Joseph. So Mike's let Scanlon through, and he has just hung on to the back, and now it's his turn to put the pressure on.
Yeah, he hasn't let go. He's got his teeth sunk in nice and deep into the rear bumper of this Lexus, and
I don't think you're going to be able to shake him as well. I think he is there for the long haul. He's going to be like a tick.
It's actually working out for real because this gives him a chance at Paz because Scanlon is dragging him along with him.
Yep. So let's just check the last laps. Paz did a last lap 48. Maybe he had an off or a pit stop. 43.6, 43.3. And the leader's last lap was a 42.9, 42.6, 43 flat. So it's not bad pace. He's still in the 43s.
Yep. Mike Reel's doing everything that he needs to do. He's just towing along with Scanlon. This will give him a chance at getting back into the top 10. So it's pretty smart driving, I think, from Reel. As we see Scanlon make a little error. Also got a battle between Clark and Malloy just behind these guys, well, 9 seconds back from these guys. Yeah. So definitely keep an eye on that.
The last lap 43.2, Scanlon was a 43.1. So it's good pace here, good strong race pace. Pass ahead did a 43.1, so they're all going with similar. So we could see a 3-car battle emerge very, very shortly.
Here we go. It's happening now, actually. As Paz goes wide, it might give Scanlon a chance going up the hill. I don't know that Reel will be able to follow Scanlon through the hole that he creates. It's very polite driving. Here we go. Reel diving in.
Tell you what, Passer's done the right thing there to get out of that. He's in an awkward position. Tucking behind and trying to recollect himself.
Smart driving as well. He's an AM driver, and he's got two pretty quick pro and pro-am driver coming up behind him. He's leading his class. No point getting involved in silliness this close to the end of the race. You're staring down the barrel of a class win.
Yep.
I'd be taking the class win.
Oh, here we go. He might get the position back. Six has had a bit of a moment. That's Mike. Lost all the momentum in there in the gravel. And Scanlon's just going to shoot away. See you, bud. Thanks for playing. And it looks like Charles Clark has got past Zach Malloy for P12. Just 20 more minutes to go. The wind's picked up a little bit. There's still going to be no rain in the forecast the next 30 minutes. Track temps dropped a smidgen, maybe. And P2 is right behind this battle as well.
Not exactly what you'd want to see if you're sitting in a podium position. Two lap cars getting into a battle in front of you. Sort of just praying that they either get out of the way or they don't take each other out.
Yep. Just looking up ahead. Let's go on board with Sweets. So what's the gap to themselves in the 616? They've got to try and get under 10 seconds to gain that B4. I think it was, there we go, 10.9. They're getting closer.
Page in chat, any idea what happened to Corey and them earlier?
Oh, do you want to... Well, I'm not sure the replay still got it.
Well, let's just say that the number 97 Aston and one of the Lexus decided to try and make a baby in pit lane.
Oh, no, I've still got it.
Oh, there we go. Asking you shall receive.
I'll show you in a seckie. I'm just going to queue it up. Yep, this one's for you, Paige, to have a look at. So, approaching 3 blue flag cars. They're all racing for position. They decided to bail out. Big speed difference, massive contact.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we go on board with Corey here? No chance
No
whatsoever.
chance to get out of that, no. And it could have been worse. He could have tried to go left, hit that fence, and then veered on back onto the track, which would have meant his pit stop would have taken a shit ton longer. But yeah, a lot of damage. That's what cost him a lot of time in the pits as well. And also, they picked up a pit speeding penalty during that phase as well.
Yep.
So,
It was like a bit of a double whammy there for the 97. So the fact that they're in the top 5 and they will probably take 4th position from the 616, given that the 616 has got a 10-second penalty.
yeah,
And
got
Sweet
another
is
2 tenths there.
closing in. Yeah, he's closing in at a rate of knots. Meanwhile, man who has not put any feet wrong, that is John Sonicus and Jean-Pierre Sonicus. So these guys, virtually a bulletproof run from these guys, although we still have about 16 minutes left to go, so anything can still happen. The bad luck paddle is still in effect until the checkered flag comes out. Certainly have seen a little bit of creativity from the bad luck paddle so far. Especially, I think the most creative bad luck that we've seen materialised has been to the number 3.
Yeah. Also the 623, I don't know what number they were. But the BDE team of Kai Rudin and McKinns, who McKinn's got disconnected, and that was their race done, and they were in the top 4. So that was unfortunate. 329, where'd they start? Let's check that out. 329 started in P5, so they moved up a couple of spots onto the podium. That's the Pixel Races. 10.1 seconds now between Sweet and Fluke. So they're just about inside that window to gain P4. Best lap so far of the race was a 41.7 by 632. That was the team I was talking about that got disconnected. So they've set the fastest lap of the race and but unable to finish.
Worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, it could have been a 4-way battle right at the end here, but the race happened and incidents happened. It's what we watch, it's what we race. You just never know. Great race here by Weatherburn and Gibbons. Fluke and Kingston have been good too. As you were saying before, they just keep their nose out of it. You need a bit of luck on your side in sim racing or any type of competitive sport. But you also create your own luck. So looking at down the barrel of P5, top 5 finish. And here comes Corey Sweet, absolutely charging at the moment. Pushing 42s pretty consistently here.
He's now within that 10-second
Yeah.
for Fluke, so basically P4 is on for the 97. I think these guys will take it after the shenanigans that they've had earlier in the race.
Yeah, definitely. Well, last lap they took out 9/10. There's maybe a sneaky chance to even pass them on track.
Honestly, for Sweet, if you know the guys in front of you got a penalty and you're within that time, you probably wouldn't want to throw too many hero moves.
Oh, Corey will be driving angry. He'll want to gain as many positions as possible.
Oh no.
He'll love it. He loves it. He loves a scrap. Speaking of scrap, 222 car. Didn't have the greatest first stint. Pretty unlucky as well, but they're pushing hard.
They've managed to scrape their way into the top 25 as well. The 422, which was running around with the remodeled front end, that's almost into the top 20. So not
funny.
a bad effort from those guys. They were right down into outside of the top 30 earlier in the race, but Ian Chandler back in the 422.
That's a good point you make. Remodeled front end.
It was an improvement on the BMW. I am not a fan of that grille.
Love it. Look at it. It's so sexy.
Like a lot of the memes that have come out about future BMWs, how the grille's going to get even bigger.
Oh, yeah. It's like the whole front of the car. Bonnet and all.
There's not going to be any oxygen left because it keeps on going into the BMWs.
It used to be the Mercedes with their grills.
That's a good point,
Ooh,
actually.
that's
I
right.
forgot about the Mercedes. That's got a massive front grille.
See if I can find one. Look at that. It
There
is
we go. Yeah, it's massive.
monstrous. It doesn't even compare to the Beamer. Yeah, it's just Beamer one's pretty. It's a bit taller.
Yeah, it just doesn't look right. That looks aggressive. I like the front of the.
It's just the big snorty nose, the Beamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you either love it or hate it, and I am a big thumbs up. But a lot of people are a big thumbs down. Tell you what, looking forward to this race finishing because I'm starving. It's been a long night.
Certainly has. Just gone past 11:30 Sydney time, so imagine some of these guys will be feeling a little bit little bit worn out as well.
Especially our New Zealand crew. So we're probably about 30-40 minutes running late, but
Not
we
a
got
bad
there in the end.
recovery.
No,
Yeah, not a bad recovery considering all things.
A few things I'll change up for next time.
Here we go, Scott Rochford tailing Weatherburn for 22nd. Stream went live 4 hours 40 minutes ago. Not a bad effort. And a lot of that was Neil probably punching a keyboard, punching a computer maybe.
Oh, just not to panic. Just get it all sorted in the right way. But we did it.
Anyway, we got less than 10 minutes left in this race. Geez, what a race it's been. That first 10 minutes was absolute chaos. And everything's just sort of settled down. We had a few pool moments. Fortunately, that affected the number 3. And then, of course, we had 97 insert itself rather roughly into a Lexus going into pit lane. Otherwise, it's been rather clean racing.
You're not wrong there. Just fair chance you might just take out the take out one of the qualifying sessions, have one driver going. If it seems to break the servo, it's fairly time consuming. But we'll suss that out as we go towards round 2, which the Senekas brothers are well towards already. Oh, is that a move for a position? I think it is. It is. Oh! Teammates, sorry. The NPR GP 2.0 team getting past their number 1 team. Bit of bragging rights in the NPR GP camp.
There's the 111. Hamish Scott there, sitting in 15th, just behind Edo. And Edo's recovered quite nicely, although he's about, let me do my quick math here, he's about 21 seconds behind the AM leader. So,
West Lafayette. At 112, these guys were they P3 before the issues of Stephen Ty's internet?
yes, they were.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Still a great drive, though, nonetheless. Take nothing away from that, guys.
Well, they're still one position up from their starting position, aren't they?
Yep.
Well, as long as you're moving forward, that's a good thing.
Yep.
Oh yes, we could have a battle in the last 7 minutes for P10. Thank you, Lockie. That's Clark and Reel. So Clark is about 2 seconds off the back of Reel. With about 6 minutes 45 seconds to go. So we could definitely have a battle on for the last position in the top 10.
That's heating up. So nearly hit the 100 lap mark. Good number of laps. Good nice round number.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've still got about 6 minutes to go, so I reckon
102.
it'll be an untidy number. I reckon it's going to be about 100 and 104.
104. 103 could be worse.
Yeah, it could be 103 actually. There we go. Clark ripping time out of Reel at the moment. So definitely got a battle on for the top 10. Actually, he's right onto the back of Reel. Here we go. So this is the position, the battle we're talking about. P10 and P11 on board with Charles Clark as he's chasing down Reel with a bit of a vengeance, I think.
Yes. Thank you very much there, Corey Tsui and Mr. JC for your $20 donations. Very nice of you, for you sexy gentlemen. Nerbs, winky face. Yes. Oh, we'll start practicing Nerbs. And you just practice your commentator curses with Matt here.
I don't need any practice though.
No, who am I kidding?
No, we got the commentator's curses in the bag, don't worry.
JC's pretty good at it. His initials are just curse, so...
Yeah, just curses. I saw that at the 12 hour.
I gotta miss the yeehoos from the old F1 days. Yeah, I do miss Corey on track. I used to love yelling that out because it's hilarious. And then when it clicked why he's called Yeehoot, my mind was blown. Absolutely blown.
Oh, do tell.
Look at Corey Tui's last name.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's so good.
That is outstanding.
It took a longer time before that clicked. But yeah, I love it.
Here we go, less than 5 minutes to go. Clark all over the back of Real. Heading into the Ravazza.
Thank you, Mr. Gowers, for the donation there, sir. I just bit my tongue as I said that. Very awkward. Yes, the next race is at Nürburgring. Couldn't even tell you the actual date. I'll check that out. Can Mike Real hang on here to P10? Charlie Clark and Lachlan Nichols have been pushing that Bentley all day. He's got his work cut out. Oh, good save.
Oh. Yeah, the Boatley acting a bit like a boat there. Charles.
2nd of April is the next race in the Endurance Series. Weatherburn's racing. Where's he going? He's 22nd. Other one's P3. So we've got a couple of brothers racing tonight. Are there any other brothers out there besides the Senecas brothers who can't really improve on what they've done tonight, can you?
No, not at all. Well, still not over.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare, Matt! PGB in chat all over you.
Yeah. Oh, we found out whether JC got his tandem sim rig yet.
Definitely. The thing is, he's always had one. Tandem sim rig. Okay, there you go. If you had a tandem sim rig, which one would you rather do? Would you rather be the steerer or the pedals?
I don't know how to answer that one. It's there is no right answer, is there?
Yoda hunting blue flagged brother, 2 minutes 30 to go. Oh, we might just quickly go over to that. Oh, they are very close. Oh, this is going to kick off in the Discord, I reckon. Don't let him past, Mitch. Oh, you're being blue flagged. You might not have a bloody choice. Yeah, you might not have a choice here, mate.
He might just stick with it and just despite them.
Cop all the pens. What he will do is, he'll move over.
Could we see a pit manoeuvre?
The thing is, these two race in F1 as well together, and Mitch has probably got the wood over him in F1, but it's his turn. It's Jakey's turn, sorry, to return serve. You just got to make sure you do obey the blue flag, or you get big troubles. Just let him pass and then tuck in right behind him.
Incidentally, our leader, Sonicus, has taken the last lap, so my maths are correct anyway.
103.
So coming out of Tosa, sorry, as we speak. This battle's still going on. I have a feeling that Real might hang on to it. Oh, we've got a car off. That's the number 7, and that's at Tozer. And he's going again.
He's trying to deep under
Oh,
brakes.
here we go!
No,
Look at this!
He
That's
tried.
not going to work. 10
that was
out of
his
10 for
moment.
effort.
Yeah, you got to give it to him there for trying.
So,
There you go. That's what I said. Mitchie's just going to tuck him behind his brother. Put all the pressure on Mitchie. I'd love to see it. So here we go. Senekis coming up to Ravazza for the final time tonight for round 1 of our Endurance Series. John and Jean-Pierre are going to pick up the win here. Kept mostly out of trouble. Got through the blue flags. And pick up the maximum points here for Kovacs Camry. Well done, gentlemen.
again, look at how clean that Lexus is. It's absolutely pristine.
They better
Like, just
bin it
came off
after
the
the race.
showroom. Yeah.
So Paul Britt and Matthew Lamb, for no idea, they're going to pick up P2. Hasn't gone according to plan for the full 3 hours, but they hung in there and they're still going to pick up P2, which is a great effort.
You wouldn't shake a stick at that after a difficult race
Oh,
they've
indeed.
had. Yeah, and the other person that won't shake a stick at their finishing position will be Sweet in the 97. They should come home in fourth place.
Yep.
But Jake Weatherburn here, he's only got to get through Ravazza now, and he will claim the final podium position as well. So great drive from Weatherburn and
Gibbons.
Gibbons. Yeah, thank you. For some reason I thought it was Conroy.
We got
But
you.
no, Callum Gibbons. So great effort from these two guys as well. Clean nose again. Running theme for drivers that are finishing well tonight.
Robert Fluke, Connor Kingston across the line, P4 for AV, Kitchen Chair Racing and Kaizen Motorsport. Big chance for the win tonight. Didn't quite go to plan as well, but they hung in there and they will jump the 616 car. They finished P4 as they absolutely... They've perfected that.
That is the ideal race line, to be honest. Marcus Van Vliet in 6th place ahead of Lee. Not a bad effort from those guys. Good recovery from Lee as well after some internet issues for his teammate.
One serve kicked over then quickly. I think we'll fix that issue. So yeah, let's just recap the standings from all the classes. We'll go over to overall. So there we go. Senekis brothers, P1. Brett and Lamb, P2, with Weatherburn and Gibbons in P3. Silver class, which is actually Pro-Am. We've got Fluke Kingston, P1. Real Oliver, P2. And Malloy Davis in P3. And in the AM class, Pass and Villalonga, Edu and Satya, Rochford and McLean, who were laid in, finishing P3 on AM class. That's a great effort. And well done, everyone, for hanging in there. Big thank you to us stewards. Stressful 30-minute window there, but you nailed it. And, of course, thank you, Matt Nipris, for joining me in the booth tonight.
Thank you for having me, Mel's. That was great fun. Looking forward to the next one. That is in 4 weeks' time at the Nürburgring, so that is going to be very exciting.
For sure. Cannot wait for that. And we'll see you all next week for Zandvoort in the Sprint Series. We'll sign off now. Have a good one. Catch you, Matt.
See you later.
My time, don't say I never told you. Go